that we do. Let me also raise these issues. How do you know that all members of the SACP, when asked then to leave the ANC, will indeed leave the African National Congress? How sure are we of that? Kunzimande nje, ngithi masengihleli ngiyalinganisa, I'm making an example, ngicabanga kahle ngithi ngiyawathanda amakomanisi. Kodwa ngizoyishela le ANC ngoba ngiyayithanda nayo le ANC. No, mina ama problems. It's not about deployment, it's not about anything. This is my movement that I built. Why should I leave it? What are the prospects of decisions taken by the party that leads to dividing the SACP instead of uniting the SACP? That is why also we are pleading that in discussing this matter, let us discuss it, comrades, in a manner that seeks to unite ourselves rather than to divide ourselves. Yes, let's have robust engagement, debate, and discussion, but in a manner that aims to unite ourselves rather than to divide ourselves. Now, here is another discussion. It takes place, this discussion, by the way, in the corners. COSATU has a standing resolution that in elections it's going to support the African National Congress. Now, here we are, comrades. We are going to have a very complicated 2 years between now and the elections in 2024. We are not talking theory. We're talking practical now. The next 2 years are going to be difficult. There is a danger of the ANC losing elections in 2024. That would be a disaster for the revolution. Everybody must agree on that. Because it essentially means, angazi ngayibeka kanjani lento ukuze abe indaba bangangizwa kabi. Kodwa kusho ukuthi izwe libuyele emabhunwini. There is no shortcut to that. Izwe libuyele emabhunwini. You know, some of us who travel in the continent or meet some of our comrades, whether BESWAPO or MPLR, wherever we are in the world, we meet them. They always say, remember that you guys, you mustn't mess up with this ANC in South Africa. Because the consequences of the ANC losing power in South Africa has got implications for the whole of the continent. Ngoba kobe nibuyise amabhunu to actually be in charge of the most powerful country in the African continent, and it's got implications for all of us. Ayikho wrong let us raise our maqabana ngithi. There is nothing wrong about what we are raising. Now, we have two resolutions that complement each other as things stand now. I'm not going to read them, I don't have time. We have a resolution that we adopted in 2017 on SACP and state power, state and popular power, as we call it. Is that resolution still relevant? As the Central Committee, we are of the view it's still relevant. And then we went to the Special National Congress. We took another resolution which, amongst other things, said, because we're talking local government, where the ANC does not effectively consult us or violates its own democratic processes of nominations or of managing local government, a particular district will write to the Central Committee and request permission to contest separately. We did that in Metsimahulu in the Free State. As we discussed this, it would be good that we reflect on that experience as well. Are these resolutions adequate to 2024? COSATU is having a congress in September. I'm being very practical now, as guided by the report. Are we going to go and seek to influence COSATU? Openly, not through caucusing. What would we want to influence COSATU to resolve in relation to the 2024 elections in September? as the SACP. We have to make that decision at this Congress. We can't postpone it. That is the challenge that we face. Robust discussion. I leave it at that. We have two resolutions that we think complement each other. You have to reflect, are they still relevant? Do they need to be adjusted in terms of what we want to do? We don't want, as the Central Committee comrades, to come as if we want to impose a line. Though as leadership we have a responsibility to guide you and also to assist you to pose the kinds of questions that needs to be posed. Next issue, the State Capture Commission and the persistent threats of counter-revolution in our country. The SACP has welcomed the handing over of the report of the Commission of Inquiry into State Capture by Chief Justice Raymond Zondo to President Ramaphosa. The recent handover of the last parts of the Commission's report to the President marked the conclusion of its work. We were the first as the SACP and the only political organization to call for the establishment of the Commission into what we call the corporate capture of the state in South Africa. The SACP needs to give itself sufficient time to properly analyze what the implications of the entire text of the Commission's report are, not from a mere legalistic perspective, but from a broader political perspective and a comprehensive strategic response. The report of the Commission provides a very rich and solid foundation upon which to reflect on the state of our revolution and produce a proper analysis on how it came about, comrades, for our revolution to traverse such a shameful and problematic period. Where were we when this state capture was taking place as the South African Communist Party? Where were we as COSATU, organized in ESCOM, in Transnet, and money was being stolen right under our noses as workers? Where was the ANC itself when this was happening? Now, unfortunately, maybe fortunately, Kumar, what is contained in this report is now part of the history of a post-apartheid South Africa. Some people argue that after 20 years, all liberation movements falter. They start getting out of line. We mustn't agree with that. It's not true. We must find the reasons why there was state capture and not saying, well, after 20 years, all liberation movements, they falter. What were the reasons for that? We made, by the way, we have given you a report of our own submission to the Zondo Commission, where we are analyzing the sources of state capture in South Africa. And we would like you, comrades, that you debate this at this Congress and beyond, back in your own structures. I'm not going to go into that because I don't have time now. We have released this and we must study it. Now, Alex doesn't want us to call this the Zondo Commission. The Commission on State Capture. The Commission on State Capture can't be studied in detail in a Congress. The incoming Central Committee must be given the mandate by this Congress to study this and have a political response to it and guide the rest of the party on what needs to be done. It is clear, however, comrades, that some of the key findings of the Commission point to serious counter-revolutionary activities that sought to repurpose the state and some of its institutions in order to kill the capacity to carry forward the National Democratic Revolution. For instance, when former President Thabo Mbeki says, any plan to kill the capacity of SARS, the South African Revenue Service, Comrade Debo, to collect money is counter-revolutionary. Because SARS must collect money that we need to drive the revolution, to provide services to our people. The repurposing of state security agencies, including state intelligence services, that's counter-revolutionary. Now we understand why some of us as SACP leaders were being listened to and being followed by intelligence. But uma sebekhathela abanye bethu kwathiwa siyamxosha uNzimanda kahambe ngoba he is a nuisance. You can't be in this government and still be raising questions about the Guptas. That's counter-revolution, comrades. What happened in July last year, we properly characterized it as a counter-revolutionary insurrection. And it's not delinked. It's not delinked to attempts to divide the movement, try and dislodge our government, possibly as part of a fight back by those who feel that they have their back against the wall in state capture. Now, let's talk about something else. That's related. A certain former official of government goes and lays a charge at a police station against the President of the Republic to say that money was stolen from the farm of the President of the Republic. Now, comrades, let's be clear. We welcome the fact that the President has said, let law enforcement agencies and other entities of the state investigate this matter to the depth that they need to go, so that if there is wrongdoing, action is taken. We must welcome that as the SACP, that the President commits to a process of this nature instead of using his position as President to try and prevent these things from being thoroughly scrutinized. We must welcome that because it is a breath of fresh air from where we come from. It is. I don't know how to put this. I don't know how to put this in English. No, I'm a comrade as a Zulu. I told you a comrade. Khuluma isipedi noma isivenda. Ngisho ngesizulu lento. Uma wami uMadlamini wayethi uma esefilena ngeke aveze umuntu. Umuntu othi uma eveza umuntu ikhofini engavaleki. Kusuke kukhona into ahamba nazo angayikhulumanga. If the coffin doesn't close because your arm or your hand keeps on wanting to come out, it's because you died having not said certain things. So my mom would say, my coffin would be closed because by the time I die, I would have said everything. uMadlamini ngakhuliswa intombi mina ujama sijathu ucuba ungilashi. Intombi yakuqumbu. This issue, comrades, it's a breath of fresh air that the President says this. Let's welcome it, not take this for granted. However, let's not be blinded at the same time as communists. Communists must always have their two eyes wide open. The reason why this matter gets reported to the police station, the intention is not to fight corruption. The intention is part of a counter-revolutionary fight back directed at dislodging the leadership of the ANC and the leadership of government. Comrades, I'm in government at the moment as a minister. It can't be that if I pick up something wrong, by virtue of having access to particular information as a minister, I would keep quiet and not raise this thing at the time when I become aware of it. At an appropriate time, right in the middle of the release of the Zondo report, which also point out at how the intelligence services were compromised, then I decide to release it and use it now as my information instead of privileged information that I got when I was working for the state. We're setting a horrible precedent that information that you acquire in your deployment, you don't release it as you are supposed to be, but you use it for your own personal, factional, wrong agenda. That is one of the things we must bring to an end as part of fighting against the state capture. To use information in that way is dangerous. I'm tempted to tell another story, but maybe I shouldn't, Comrade Sol. But let me tell this story. And I don't want it to be misinterpreted. Mamkis, I have no authority to tell this story insofar as the matter originated in the National Executive Committee of the ANC. But I know for a fact that the SACP leadership around 1996 was consulted on this matter in the leadership of COSATU and agreed to it. Comrade Madiba, sometime in 1995, Kumalo, you were there at this meeting, which was at the University of the Western Cape Senate Hall in Cape Town, where Madiba comes with a list where he says, I've been given information with a list of names of comrades who have been working for the enemy. Very serious. And he says in this meeting of the NEC, I don't know who to discuss it with. The only person I've discussed with is Governor Mbeki. Gov was alive. There was a member of the NEC. I was a light then. I was once young, YCL, by the way. You were not the only ones who are young. I was once young too, and hot. But disciplined. Comrade Madiba says, this is a very serious matter. Some of these stories are asingahambi. Comrade Madiba says, I seriously do not know what to do with this. I've got to go and think about it. I've spoken to Comrade Govan. A few months down the line, Comrade Madiba comes back to the NEC of the ANC. I'm telling this story, Comrade Nomvula, because it didn't end up in the NEC. It also came to the leadership of the party. At that time, I was the national deputy chairperson of the SACP, around 95, 96. He says, comrades, in consulting about this matter, this Madiba now, we've come to a conclusion. That's leadership, by the way. You know, comrades, Madiba says, you know, this list can tear this organization apart. Number one. Number two, we have come to the conclusion with the few comrades I've discussed this, that we must close the matter of who worked for the apartheid regime before 1994, once and for all. Very difficult decision. And he gives the reasons, Umatiba. He says, first of all, how do I know how reliable this list is? And he says, some of it does look real, but how real is it? What happens if I get another list with other names tomorrow, and on the other day I get another list with other names? Which one will, in the end, will I believe? What are the possibility that once I start acting on this list, the enemy knows, will then start producing other lists so as to destroy each other? This is not an easy thing. It's a crucial part of the revolution. The Mozambicans, by the way, Samora Machel, dealt with a similar thing. Yenaga, he called all Impimp into one meeting in a big hall like this and said they must confess. And then they were, then Comrade Madiba said, what is the most important task of the National Democratic Revolution at that time? And he says, the most important task of the National Democratic Revolution is to consolidate our hold over the democratic state so that we change the lives of our people for the better. That's the line. This thing is going to detract us. Painful as it is, difficult as it is, as the African National Congress, we are closing the issue of who was a spy and who was not a spy. And then said, I'm going to go and consult the South African Communist Party and COSATU, not give them names or anything, to tell them that how we want to close this matter so that as an alliance we act together. And the alliance acted together and closed the matter in 1996. This is a true story, which I'm telling. Now, no one, therefore, since then, has a right to then come out to say, so and so worked for the other side. Unless you are using that information for your own devious or factionalist purposes. I thought I need to tell the story, comrades. Because one of the dangers facing our revolution is using information selectively. If there is a case to be answered for by the president, he has said he will answer for it. But the manner in which this thing is done is not intended to fight corruption. And therefore, as the SACP, we must condemn that. Together, building a powerful socialist movement of the workers and the poor. That's the line of march, Maqaban. Now, we are saying this socialist movement is like a big river. Koni River engiyaziyo ngasekhabo mami, Tina River, Eastern Cape now. It used to be a big river. I don't know how big it is now. So this socialist movement must be like a big river that has got tributaries that flows into it. And we are saying there are 5 main tributaries, the sites through which we must build this powerful socialist movement. But what do we mean by a powerful socialist movement of the workers? The key objective of such a movement is to build or rebuild the broad class of the proletarianized working class, including millions of marginalized in our country, as the key motive force for an ongoing radical national democratic revolution, and to tilt the balance of forces in favor of the majority of the people of our country. That's this powerful socialist movement. In other words, the key objective is in struggle to actively transform the unfavorable balance of class forces, occasioned now by about 2 decades of intensified neoliberal assault and arrogant hold of financialized monopoly capital over our economy. In order to untangle that, we need to build this movement, which must be militant at the same time. A key role for the party is to help forge a non-sectarian unity in these many struggles, overcoming sectoral divisions of all kinds, connecting diverse issues, ultimately to be the depredation of capitalism in general. That also requires unity, but the party can't go out and build unity in a socialist movement of the workers and the poor unless the SACP in itself is united. We should seek to advance, discuss, and enrich our perspectives at this Congress. How do we build such a socialist movement? Such a socialist movement will be made up of socialist elements within the alliance, as well as socialist elements that are willing to work with us outside the movement as well. It may not have an organizational form, but it may be a movement based on concrete struggles we want to win. Struggles facing the workers and the poor. This will create the possibility, we believe, to decisively impact on the interlinked challenges that I have outlined. However, there is a key question that faces us, comrades, that we must not run away from. Are we then saying, if we are building a socialist movement, we are abandoning the African National Congress? No. No. There is no contradiction between building the ANC and also building a powerful, independent socialist movement. Maybe to help the ANC to reclaim its former glory, it must be helped both from inside and from outside. There may as well be comrades inside of the ANC who identify with this socialist movement. It's not an electoral front. Now, the question then will be asked, what happens to the Left Popular Front that we resolve upon? There is no contradiction between building left popular fronts and a socialist movement. This socialist movement, in some instances, it can take the form of a front around common issues. But part of this is the further theorization, starting at this Congress. That's the kind of theory that we would like to talk about, as well as taking this forward, if this Congress is agreeing that this is the challenge that we must actually take up. So it's got 5 tributaries. This huge river of socialism. The first tributary, comrade, you can't build a socialist movement without rebuilding a powerful trade union movement. We have outlined in the political report which you will be getting, what does that mean? So that you can go and discuss in your commissions. How do we build a progressive trade union movement? We are calling for unity in action by progressive trade unions, irrespective of their affiliation. If COSATU affiliates have got to work with NUMSA, and the NUM has been working with AMCU in some instances, let it be so if that will unite the workers to actually achieve the goals that they want to achieve. At the heart of this socialist movement must be a progressive trade union movement. Now, that's the first tributary which goes into this river. The second tributary which goes into this river is building working class and popular power in our proletarian communities. If we are progressive, we are able to unite the taxi owners into a progressive movement. Its drivers are attracted to a socialist idea. Let them be part from these proletarian communities of this broad, militant, powerful socialist movement. Now that requires a vanguard. You know, comrades, lento yokuba vanguard. Sometimes it sounds like a big word. Our township lingo has got the name of a vanguard. You love. That's what a vanguard is. Ocinga sharp, fast. Ube ingwen. That's what a vanguard be. It means you have to be smart. We have to unite forces sometimes that are seemingly not going together, but who are committed to a common objective. So the second tributary is organizing in our proletarian communities. Mainly one of the areas around which we need to organize is public employment programs in our proletarian communities. The third tributary that goes into this river is land reform for urban and rural transformation. You know, the comrades, there's so much populist noise about land. Even some of these people, there's an organization which I won't mention. It has branded itself for decades as the key organization that fights for land. I don't know even one of its campaigns. Others, they say, today, I won't mention them, we're going to go and occupy land, forcibly. And they go and occupy land. They occupy a land of a weak municipality because that's an easy target, not the big land owned by the bourgeoisie. In fact, if truth be told in this country, there hasn't been a serious land campaign except the one we started through our Red October campaign as the SACP, which led to the convening of the first ever land summit, which said, willing buyer, willing seller is a no-no. That was the party program. We need to go back to land reform, land for agriculture. The Freedom Charter says land shall be shared amongst those who work it. Let us actually go then and campaign around this clause of the Freedom Charter, this socialist movement. Unite as wide a range of forces. Umhlaba wonke ezandleni zabantu. That's what it is. That's the third tributary. Of course, land is also for human settlement, comrades. Comrade Kubai was here earlier. Land is also for human settlements. There are even issues, by the way, we are not discussing which are important. Is this program of building RDP houses viable or still desirable? Or we should be assisting people who can build to build for themselves and only do RDP houses for those who are most poor. I'm not saying that's what we must do, but those questions need to be posed by us in terms of access to land for human settlements. The fourth tributary is revitalization of the financial sector campaign in order to confront this behemoth of monopoly finance capital. I've already explained what that means. The fifth tributary is internationalism, international solidarity. Workers of the world unite for peace, development, and defense of the environment. Three key areas around this fifth tributary: peace, development, and environment. The political report says a lot about the international. Let me summarize. Number one, the world at the moment is facing rising prices, oil prices, threats of food insecurity, largely, not exclusively, because of the conflict in Ukraine. The conflict in Ukraine. Now, I don't criticize our media, but I can't even if you don't agree with it. The primary cause of the conflict in the Ukraine is the United States and NATO, not Russia. At the time of German reunification in 1989, Comrade Slava is here. You can engage him, he knows more than some of us on this. One of the deals that Gorbachev then, who was president of the United States, was it Bush the senior, agreed that when we reunify Germany, East Germany, the GDR, and West Germany, NATO is not going to move even one more inch towards the east. NATO, by the way, is not a political alliance like our tripartite alliance. It's a war machine. It's a killing machine. But no sooner had the Soviet Union collapsed, President Clinton attacks Yugoslavia, and NATO breaks up Yugoslavia. And they continue to move eastward. Until now, NATO wants to then make Ukraine a member of NATO and threatened directly the security of Russia. You can never. Those who may remember, I was still very young. I was 4 years old, 1962, if I'm not mistaken. The Cuban Missile Crisis was about the United States objecting the Soviet Union putting missiles on Cuban soil. Because the United States has got this thing called the Monroe Doctrine, that the Latin American and Southern American sphere is by right the sphere of the United States. For the last 200 years, you can't go and put arms as Russia in Mexico. The United States will not allow that, not just because that it has got a right. Comrade Slava knows we are not friends of the current Russian government and the Russian oligarchy. But Russia has a legitimate concern about its own security. And that is why we support our own South African government when it says the solution to this problem is a negotiated settlement. And part of that negotiated settlement is that the United States and NATO can extend no further than where it is now. Because this is a war machine. And Russia has a right to actually defend itself. I know Russia invaded, Russia did this, the SACP and ANC are saying this because they were supported by the Soviet Union. For God's sake, Russia is not the Soviet Union. Are we afraid to say we're supported by the Soviet Union? No. We would never have been free had the Soviet Union not been with us. That's the truth, comrades, about what's happening in the Ukraine. But there are many contradictions. I don't have time to explain them. Read them here. It is not in the interest of the people of Ukraine to have NATO forces there. But that government of the Ukraine is acting in its own narrow selfish interests, endangering ordinary Ukrainian people. They banned the Communist Party, by the way, in the Ukraine. There is no Communist Party. Those are neo-fascists. We are not taking a side when we are saying that we are speaking the truth. But there are contradictions, comrades. A lot of Europe relies on gas from Russia. That is why they say there are sanctions against Russia, but they are saying, no, Nord Stream 1, which is gas from Russia to parts of Europe, must be reopened. And the United States now goes to Venezuela, which it has sanctions, to negotiate supply of oil from Venezuela. It's nice to be the United States. You can love and hate as you wish, like a real hegemon. Now, comrades, what also this is pointing to is that the influence of the United States is beginning to decline globally, and it's becoming dangerous. We never thought the US would risk a war in Ukraine facing Russia. Russia is no small fry. Russia is a nuclear power. The risk that the United States and NATO are taking to place the world in this situation shows that there is an element of desperation by the United States that feels challenged by China in the main. That's why Zoom is nice these days. We had some interaction with our comrades in the Communist Party of the Russian Federation. They simply say, comrades in the SICP, this war with Russia by NATO is just a by the way. The real ultimate goal is the defeat of China. But you have to subjugate Russia first. Europe is suffering from high prices itself. Lots of arms now from the United States are going into Europe. Who is benefiting from that is the military companies of the United States that are making a lot of money at the direct expense of Europe. But Europe regards itself as a front for the United States, so it's fine if they suffer. But the more they suffer, they then gonna come to the African continent to get relief by further squandering our own resources. That is why, with this fifth tributary, we're saying it's got 3 dimensions. We need unity in the world of the progressive forces for peace, development, and defense of our environment. Nokufunda okunye kubhaliwe la phansi, my comrades. But let me conclude on this matter by saying that we wish to take this opportunity to reaffirm our international solidarity. The conflict in Ukraine should be reminding us, by the way, that there should be no war anywhere. It can't be that we are told by NATO that the lives of the children in the Ukraine are more important than the lives of the children in Palestine, or in Yemen, or in Libya, or in Iraq. The Ukrainian children are as important as the children of Palestine. This must be an opportunity for us to mobilize to say there must be an end to all wars on the planet. That's a progressive stance that we should be taking as the SACP. We also wish to reaffirm our continued solidarity with the just struggle of the Cuban people to pursue their own economic and political path of their choice, free from the criminal, illegal blockade by the United States. We have a new Cuban ambassador. Comrade Ambassador, you are more than welcome. We commit to do all in our power as the SACP, acting together with other progressive forces in the world to intensify solidarity with the Cuban Revolution until the Cuban people achieve full freedom to pursue their socialist objectives. We reaffirm our solidarity with the people of Venezuela, with the people of Nicaragua. We wish the new president of Colombia all the strength to fight against what is going to be a fight back by the narco bourgeoisie, as it is called. The narco bourgeoisie is the bourgeoisie that lives on narcotics and drugs in Colombia, which is definitely backed by the United States, are going to try and fight back. Solidarity with the new progressive president of Colombia. We have decided, by the way, as the Central Committee, that at some stage we're going to have to visit Latin America to see what can we learn, because there are some progressive things that they are happening there. Mexico has a progressive president as well. So the left forces seem somehow to be gaining some ground. That's very important. And on an anti-neoliberal ticket, so that Cuba is not isolated there and being on its own. Comrade Mandela said, our own freedom and liberation will never be complete until and unless the Palestinian people are free and liberated from Israeli apartheid, in order that they attain their own self-determination. The SACP today, once more at this Congress, reaffirms our solidarity and support for the Palestinian people. That's why, as this Congress, we must strongly condemn the unilateral decision by elements within the African Union to give Israel an observer status in the AU. The presence of the repressive apartheid Israeli regime in the ranks of the countries in the African continent is a serious affront to the dignity and sacrifices made by the African people to free themselves from the shackle of slavery and colonialism. We pledge our solidarity with the people of the Sahrawi in their legitimate struggle for freedom and self-determination from Moroccan occupation. It's said Western Sahara is the last colony in Africa, colonized by another African country. And we must continue to intensify our solidarity with the Sahrawi people. Hayi ke ma comrades, nayi le ndaba yala ekhaya kamakhelwane eSwatini. It's just refusing to end. We want to call on SADC together with our own government to speed up the process that SADC had set itself for the rapid democratization of Swaziland, so that the people of Swaziland can be able to have their own freedom, democracy, and self-determination. Together, let us build a powerful socialist movement of the workers and the poor. Let us build a vanguard party, comrades. Let us build a united SACP. Let us rid the SACP of any traces of factionalism. Let us not allow any such to rear its ugly head anywhere at this Congress and beyond. Let us not start something that can lead to the liquidation of the party. That's the political report. Let me close. Comrades, ngicela ukubonga kinina nonke makomane sasemzansi ngokuthi ningihloniphe ngibe unobhala jikelele wenu for le minyaka u23 and a bit. I've learned a lot. I want to say that I've learned a lot. I'm far more enriched by something I would never have gotten from any classroom, by virtue of having taken me to every corner of this country in all of our provinces as your General Secretary. To all of you, comrades, put the SACP first organizationally and put the workers and the poor of our country first. To the incoming General Secretary, wish you all the best. You have my support. I'm not leaving the party. The party has a right to deploy me where it wants to deploy me. I want to say, though, be careful of some of the dangers of people who sometimes would want to come close to you and give you praises that are endless for their own interests, not for you. And they tell you, without the SACP, without South Africa, without you, there won't be SACP, there won't be South Africa. NgesiZulu, ngithi kunobhala omusha, ungavumi ukuba umholi ofuna ukuthiwa njengembawula. I don't know how to interpret that. I'm proud to be a South African communist. Ngiyabonga kakhulu kunina maqabane. Thank you very much. Iphathi yasetshenzelwa alala. Iphathi yasetshenzelwa alala. ayithengwa ngethenda. Hey! Ayithengwa ngethenda. Hello! Iphathi yasetshenzelwa. Alala. Iphathi yasetshenzelwa. Alala. Awusho kancane. Ayithengwa ngethenda. Hayi, hayi. Alala. Ayithengwa ngethenda. Hey! My mother was a kitchen cat. Oh, my father was a garden. Oh, that's why I'm a komani, Samekomani, Samekomani. Oh, my man was a kitchen cat. Oh, my father was a garden. Oh, that's why I'm a komani, Samekomani. Oh, that's why I'm a command. Oh, that's why. Oh, that's why. Oh, that's why I'm a command. That's why. Come on, yeah, that's why I'm a command. Yeah, that's why I'm a command. That's why I'm a command. Amandla. Amandla. This was a umkhabul, more than a report. It was a political lesson. We're taken to the class for the basics. Comrade General Secretary Nzimande, thank you very much. Your report speaks for itself, but it also speaks for you, which you are giving us on behalf of the Central Committee. I request you, General Secretary, without a waste of time, to come back. We move into the next item. We are closing the report. We normally close it like this. I want to request the Kotane family to come on stage. I also want to request I also want to request Austimpo Ani to come forward, come to the stage. He is assist. Sure.
Over to you and the GS. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, ikhona. Let me take it. Yeah. Okay. Comrades, Amandla, long live the memory of Moses Kotane, long live. Long live the memory of Umalume, long live. Comrades, we are just entering a session here where we are going to be giving the highest award that the SACP gives. This award is called the Chris Hani Peace Award. Some of the people that we have given this award to is Ubaba Walter Sisulu, Umam Albertina Sisulu. We gave this peace award to Comrade Fidel Castro. We gave this award to Comrade Chavez of Venezuela. It's our single highest award. This time, the Central Committee decided on your behalf, comrades, as we say, sometimes you must accept to be led, to one of the greatest leaders of the South African Communist Party, Comrade Moses Mawane Kotane, who was born on the 9th of August 1905 in Pila in Rustenburg, in what is now known as the Northwest Province. He was the longest serving General Secretary of the SACP from 1939 until his death on the 19th of May 1978. He was a cattle-herd boy and went to school at age 15 when he started school. But at 17, he began to work as a photographer's assistant, as a kitchen boy, as a miner, and bakery worker. He joined the African Bakers Union, which was in the Federation of Non-European Trade Unions, Federation of Progressive Unions at the time, which was organized by the Communist Party of South Africa, the CPSA, as the SACP was known then. Comrade Kotane joined the party in 1928. In the year, the 6th Congress of the Comintern adopted what is known as the Native Republic Thesis, which called for an independent native South African republic as a stage towards a workers' and peasant republic with full and equal rights for all races, black, colored, and white. That was a quote now of an independent native republic. Comrade Kotane keenly attended the Communist Night School in Johannesburg. And together with other leaders like J.B. Marx, Johannes Nkosi, Edwin Mofutsanyana, Albert Nzula, Johnny Gomas, and Jimmy Laguma, mobilized for the SACP amongst the African masses in the 1920s and the 1930s. He went to Moscow to study Marxism-Leninism at the International Lenin School. And he said himself in his own words, quote, "It was at the Lenin School that I learned how to think politically. They taught me the logical method of argument, political analysis," unquote. From that time onwards, sorry, the quote is not finishing, I'm still continuing with it. just that it was closed at a wrong place. He continued to say, Umalum, from that time onwards, I was never at a loss when it came to summing up a situation. I knew what to look for and what had to be done from the point of view of the working class. Unquote. He returned to South Africa in 1933 and advanced through the party until he was elected General Secretary in 1939. He was also involved in Umsebenzi, the party's newspaper. His famous 1934 Craddock letter on the need to Africanize the party, speak the language of the native masses, pay special attention to concrete conditions in South Africa, and become South African, not only theoretically but in reality, had a huge impact on the direction of the party. I may as well just add a little here that Moses Kotane took over the leadership of the party incidentally when it was highly factionalized in the 1930s. In fact, it was on the verge of collapse. Led by the district of the party in Johannesburg at the time. I'm not saying anything, Comrade Jacob. But it was so factionalized, the party, it almost died. Rescued by Kotane. This letter he wrote in 1934 was part of saying, we are tearing yourselves apart because you are not rooting yourself into being a South African party to deal with concrete South African conditions. In 1946, Comrade Kotane was elected to the ANC's NEC and served as Treasurer General from 1963 to 1973. By the way, one of the things that Comrade Walter Sisulu told me was that him and Nelson Mandela were products of Moses Kotane. Kwakuyintwana zikaKotane kwipolitiki. He grew them up and molded them into what they became. In 1950, Moses Kotane was one of the first to be banned under the Suppression of Communism Act, but he ignored his bans. He was in the thick of every struggle. The 1952 Defiance Campaign, the 1956 to 1960 Treason Trial, the Underground, and was an organizer of MK when MK was formed. In 1955, he attended what is known as the Bandung Conference of Third World Leaders. During the 1960 state of emergency, he was detained for 4 months and in 1962 was placed under 24-hour house arrest. In early 1963, he left South Africa for Tanzania. Comrade Kotane suffered a stroke in 1968. He went for treatment to the Soviet Union, where he died in 1978. The Soviet Union was Comrade Kotane's second home. He loved the Soviet people dearly and regarded the Communist Party of the Soviet Union as his own party. He received one of the highest orders by the Soviet Union called the Soviet Order of the Friendship of the Peoples. And he was awarded the ANC's Isitwalande Medal in 1975. Comrade Kotane was buried at Novodevichy Cemetery in Moscow. I've had the pleasure, by the way, sent by the Communist Party to visit his gravesite there. His remains were returned to South Africa and he was reburied on the 14th of March at Pela. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. Pela. 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 Ngisho kahle nje. Ngiyalebonga. His wife, Umam Rebecca, died in Soweto in January 2021 at age 108 years. A municipality is named after him in Northwest Province, and the SACP's provincial structure is named after him. Walter Sisulu credited Comrade Kotane and called him a giant of the struggle. Oliver Tambo said that, I quote, if Moses Kotane was the General Secretary of the SACP, he was to no lesser degree a highly esteemed and completely devoted leader of the African National Congress, unquote. Yusuf Dadoo, the SACP chairperson, said about Moses Kotane, I quote, if there is one quality in Moses Kotane which I would single out before all others, it was that he was incorruptible. He was incorruptible not only in his politics, but also in his personal life. Moses Kotane was a man you knew could never let you down, never do something behind your back, never deceive you. You always knew where you were with Moses Kotane. Sometimes his words were harsh and hurtful, but they were never dishonest. He was a hard taskmaster, but only because he put the movement above himself, and because he never demanded from others more than he was prepared to do himself. Unquote. And Comrade Dadoo continued to say about Moses Kotane, and I quote again, in the life of every nation, there arise men who leave an indelible and eternal stamp on the history of their peoples. Men who are both products and makers of history. And when they pass, they leave a vision of a new and better life and the tools with which to win and build it. Moses Kotane was such a man. Unquote. This is a brief resume and description of this giant of our revolution, our late former General Secretary, Moses Kotane, popularly known as Umalume. We are really very honored that members of the family kindly agreed. We don't take that for granted. We really appreciate that, to be with us to actually receive the certificate. We are still going to make the award. As we said, you sent Belingeko. And when we make the award, we are still then going to go. The family will tell us whether we go to Soweto or we go to Northwest to hand over the actual Chris and Peace Award. And maybe have umcimbanyana, have a little bit of meat, maybe if things are going okay, to actually celebrate in the true African way this African giant of a revolutionary, Moses Kotane. So, Comrade Sol is here. We now just have the certificate for now, proudly with my signature. My last signature as General Secretary of the SACP, and handing it over to the family. Thank you very much. Austimpo, join us. We asked Austimpo as our mother, as always, to be with us when we do this. Oh, big enough. No, don't go away. Don't go away. Yeah, we are done. Thank you very much. I don't know, maybe one or two.
Well, the other thing is there's another one for Uma.
Oh, yes, okay. Yes, I've got it here. So I will,
Oh, yeah.
or should I just do it as well?
Yes.
And now this one is sorry, comrades, since the family is receiving 2 awards today, let's also do the second one. The Central Committee, again on your behalf, has decided to honor Mary Rebecca Kotane, the late wife to Umalume, Moses Kotane. and honor her with the Dora Tamane Award, which we give to distinguished women and women communists. We are doing this, comrades, also because it is very common these days, not now, by the way. It's still common these days, I should be saying so, Comrade Jane, for the role of women sometimes to be forgotten, especially being overshadowed by the role of their men. Yet they played such an important role. I just do need to make one example. A woman who has been discovered that he played such a huge role in South African society, the first wife of John Mafukuzela Dube, Umamu Noctela Dube. John Dube did not build Ohlange High School and founded Ilanga on his own. He was working with Umamu Noctela. So it's very important. Similarly, Umamu Kotane was also an activist of our movement in her own right and also working with Umamu Kotane. So I'm just going to quickly read her citation. Just excerpts from the statement which we issued when she passed away on the 31st of January 2021. And we were mourning Ume Kotane. Ume Kotane took part in the defiance campaigns in the 1950s and mobilization towards the adoption of the Freedom Charter in 1955. In the 9 August 1956 Women's March to the Union Building, she took part, and she was among the women detained by the apartheid regime. Detained for 2 weeks, Ume Kotane shared a cell with other stalwarts of our movement, including Albertina Sisulu, Helen Joseph, Lillian Goyi, Amina Kachalia, Violet Weinberg, and others. In detention, they were gravely mistreated and humiliated by the apartheid regime's authorities, intending to break their revolutionary spirits and discourage them from continuing with the struggle. At some point, the apartheid regime even enticed Ume Kotane with a mansion and urged her to divorce her husband, Moses Kotane, the long-time SACP General Secretary, and turn against the movement. Ume Kotane stood her ground and never betrayed her revolutionary principles. Ume Kotane practically supported the struggle to the hilt and also served as a pillar of strength to Moses Kotane during the difficult years of the struggles against colonial and apartheid oppression and capitalist exploitation. By her continued resilience in the fight for social emancipation, she also helped to keep the name of Moses Kotane alive in the hearts and minds of the people. Ume Kotane had last seen her husband, by the way, in 1963 and never saw him again by the time she passed away in 2021. Because Ubabu Kotane died in exile. She last saw her husband in 1963 when he went to exile in Tanzania. And this was followed by relentless house raids, arrests, threats, and acts of victimization by the apartheid regime, which intensified especially after the enactment of in 1950 of the Suppression of Communism Act. Even after the death of Kotane in 1978, Ume Kotane persisted in the fight for liberation. Today, the name of Moses Kotane cannot be mentioned without mentioning Ume Kotane as well. In memory of Ume Kotane, the SACP at the time of her passing away called for the unity of the working class as well as our alliance in a relentless onslaught against capitalist exploitation, including pandemics such as COVID-19 and the associated household crisis faced by our people. When we said goodbye to her, we said, Samaya sinhle Ume Kotane, lirumo la sitjhaba. Uyangizwa ke kibuwa sizuthu. Kanid. Thank you very much. This is our tribute to a wonderful and powerful woman, Umamu Rebecca Kotane. Thank you very much, and over to you, Oh, let me also. What?
That TV, they've asked for a short dance there before he speaks. We go and take the
Oh, a
officials.
short. Okay.
Comrade Joyce and Comrade,
Can the officials please come down, comrades? We want to take an official photo.
Okay. The people's flag is deepest red, and the comrades' garments strike a similar note.
let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Because the height.
Right. That's a good. Okay.
Yeah. we're not
Okay.
towards the-
Okay. The people's flag is deepest red, and the comrades' garments strike a similar note in this venue, named after our esteemed late leader, Comrade Oliver Reginald Tambo. General Secretary of the party, Comrade Blake Nzimande, who has just given some thought-provoking marching orders to this Congress, and members of the Central Committee. I stand here to humbly thank, on behalf of the Kotane family and the Moses Kotane Foundation, the South African Communist Party, for honoring the late Moses and Rebecca Kotane with the Chris Hani Peace Award and the Dora Tamana Award, respectively. Our family is honored to receive these posthumous awards and will forever cherish them. These awards, in some small way, tell a tale of these two individuals' role in the struggle for the liberation of this country. They entrust Malome and Makotane, as they were popularly known, to an esteemed coterie of heroes and heroines of the liberation struggle, who selflessly gave their blood and toil for a democratic South Africa, united in its diversity. Amandla.
Thanks to the General Secretary, to the two families, the Kotane family and the Hani family. Thanks, Ausdimpo. Comrades, we are continuing with our program. You see, these are administrative issues. It's not changing the program. You will not debate this. It's the line now. What we want to do, comrades, before we allow Comrade Soli to present the state of the organization, we want to run 2 items. We want Comrade Mhlekwa to come and present the election rules to the Congress for adoption. And then we will hand over to the Revolutionary Elections Committee, which will also be introduced. Everything, we'll leave it to them. After that, we want Comrade France to introduce the internationals who are here. The reason being, some of them are already starting to leave. In fact, some have left. Then once Comrade France has introduced them, we will allow to the maximum of 5 minutes, Frelimo and Pudemo, 5 minutes each to give a message. Then we go to Comrade Africa to present the organizational report. Fumanibo. Sefumile, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. We have circulated to provinces and the Young Communist League elections rules and procedures for the 15th National Congress of the party. These are the rules and procedures that we have been using in all our congresses, provincial congresses, district congresses, and they are the same rules that are going to be used for this 15th Congress. The reason why we have to take you through partly is because the 4th Special National Congress held in December 2019 effected few amendments to the party constitution, which has got a bit of implications to how Congress or elections in Congresses are conducted. If you go through the party constitution, most of the parts that we are talking about here, you will get them mainly on Article 8 and Article 9, which will mainly talk about what a National Congress does, as well as the issue around the elections of Central Committee members. The first thing is that the party Congress, National Congress, is still convened every 5 years. There were no changes there. Even now, as we convene today or this weekend, we'll still be convening after 5 years. The other part, which is important, that where amendments were effected, is that the Constitution now says the first part is that elections will be conducted in 2 parts. The first part will be nominations and elections of party officials, or what others refer to as office bearers. That's the first part. And the second part will be nominations and elections of additional members. Now, this Congress will be expected then to elect office bearers consisting of the General Secretary, the National Chairperson, the National Treasurer, the first Deputy General Secretary, the second Deputy General Secretary, and the Deputy National Chair. Those are party national officials that this Congress will be expected to elect. the Congress will also be expected to elect additional members with a minimum of 35 members and a maximum of 44. Before, our maximum was 35, but now we have amended the constitution. Now the minimum is 35 and the maximum is 44 members. Now this Congress, before you enter that space, this Congress must be able to conclude on how many members do you want to elect to the Central Committee as additional members. Whether you elect 35, whether 36, but it must be a minimum of 35 and a maximum of 44 additional members of the Central Committee. That is the part that is important. The Congress is attended, as we indicated during presentation of credentials, by delegates who are members of the Central Committee, comrades that come from provinces, representing PECs, delegates that come from branches, as well as delegates that come from the Young Communist League of South Africa. Now it means that the Young Communist League in this Congress is given a status of a party province. It means that it's a province number 10 of the party. Now, during nominations for office bearers, if we reach a point where for any position in the office bearers, there are 2 nominations and both nominations qualify, it means for that position we are going to have ballot. Now, whoever gets more votes will be declared as a person that's going to be elected for that position. The comrade who contests for any position in the office bearer, if the comrade does not make it, his name or her name is automatically nominated as a candidate for the Central Committee. He or she is not elected, but that name automatically gets in to the list of comrades who are candidates for the Central Committee positions. Comrades, the Central Committee have taken a decision on your behalf to establish the Revolutionary Electoral Commission, and I will request that those comrades may come forward so that the Congress can see them. They are led by Comrade George Mashamba, Comrade ANC Kumalo, Comrade Loretta Jacobs. Those are the 3 members of the Revolutionary Electoral Commission that the Central Committee have appointed. In addition to that, the Central Committee have also appointed Comrade Keke as the elections coordinator to work with the Electoral Commission. The CC has also appointed professionals, the agency. I don't know, where is Comrade Mbali, Comrade Tulan? The comrades have been helping us since the Congress ongoing, and in all our congresses, they've been helping us. They are running the elections agency company, and they've been able to help us because we can't afford to get any other company. I will request that all those comrades must come forward, so that when you work moving forward, you do not come to me, but you go to those comrades for any matter that is to do with nominations or elections work. Comrade Keke, Comrade Mbali, Comrade Tulan, Comrade ANC Kumalo, Comrade George Mashamba. I don't know if Comrade Loretta is still here. She had said that you had to. Yeah, Comrade Loretta, I think you may still be here. You had indicated that you may leave a bit earlier. The ANC and COSATU are also requested to also submit 1 comrade each who will be part of observers to work with the commission. We'll then request the ANC and COSATU to also give us a person who is going to work with the commission. In addition to that, all provinces and the Young Communist League are also required to submit a name of each comrade who is going to be, who are going to be observers to the work of the commission. We must explain this thing. In some of the Congress, it created a bit of challenges. The comrades that will be coming there from provinces, the YCL as observers, they will be observers. In a case where there are elections, there is ballot, comrades are voting and there's a count of votes. Observers don't interfere. They don't touch ballots. They observe. Because at times there is confusion that they also want to count themselves in case they may not be satisfied about certain things that or about certain outcomes that are coming. Now, observers are meant to observe the work of the Electoral Commission. They do not interfere with the work. They do not touch anything that the commission is doing. And then, yeah, we have already explained about then the other important part that we must indicate is that all delegates here, branch delegates, we are going. The Electoral Commission is going to distribute nominations forms to all provinces and Young Communist League. Those forms will be submitted back to the Electoral Commission. They will come back to plenary of Congress and present their report. And during that period, branches of the party will have an opportunity to also nominate from the floor of Congress. Now, for any name to make it to ballot, for any position, whether it's office bearers or additional members, that name must be supported by a minimum of 40% of the voting delegates as per the adopted credentials report. And that 40% in terms of the adopted credentials report is 139 delegates. It means for any name to make it to ballot from the floor of Congress, it must be supported by 139 voting delegates. That is what must happen. Then from the nomination forms, when provinces submit forms for any name to make it to ballot, it must be seconded by first that nominations comes from branches. They start from branches, they go to districts, and then they go to provinces. Provinces can convene their own meetings to consolidate whatever that comes from various districts as well as branches. Then for the name to make it, it must be supported by 3 other provinces other than the one nominating. If any province nominates a name for any position in the office bearers, it must be seconded by 3 other districts than the nominating one. We've got 10 districts here. By the 10 provinces. We have 10 provinces if we take the Young Communist League as the 10th province of the party. Now, when you do this work, please take into consideration that when you talk to each other, that will be an important part. And if a province nominates Comrade Alvin Portas as the General Secretary, Province A, and then Province B comes and nominates Zico as the General Secretary, and then this Province A comes back and second the name of Zico once they've nominated someone else, that nomination will not be valid because this province have already nominated someone who was where they received another province seconding them. It means they cannot now go and second another name for the same position. I hope that is clear. Because we normally get this in some of the provincial congress. You second decide once you have already nominated another name there. Then the last point, comrades, is that objections. if any delegate here or any party structure have got an objection about a name that is being nominated for any position, that objection must be submitted in writing to the Revolutionary Electoral Commission. That I, as the from the representing branch so and so, we are objecting the nomination of so and so for this position, and this must be submitted in writing during the process so that the Revolutionary Electoral Commission can process that objection before nominations are finalized. Then, if there is any objections with regard to results or the outcomes, those objections must be submitted to the party HQ within 3 working days. Now, 3 working days, the Congress ends on Saturday, lunchtime. Then our three working days, because we're in South Africa, even Sunday is not working day in South Africa. Our working day is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. It means if there is any objection with regard to the outcome, that objection must reach the party HQ not later than the end of the day on Wednesday. And that objection must be coming from a party structure as clear with contact numbers, address, and detailing all the points that makes you to object with regard to the objection. That is the Electoral Commission. Those are the rules we have been using throughout. They are not new. Many of you are familiar with, and I think, Comrade Chair, I will end there, and the Electoral Commission is here.
Thank you, Comrade Mhlego. Any clarity on the rules which are not new? Comrade Mabuse, is that you? Is that a hand? Now you have, okay. Comrade Mabuse, Emape. Comrades, if there is no clarity, any mover for yes, Comrade Vuvu? Mike, my Zapapambil in the middle aisle.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Nomvula Mukonyani, part of the NC delegation. And just in line with what Comrade Blade presented in the report, the issues around triple oppression, I would assume that this should be one of the very things that the party should seek to champion. I have heard Comrade Mhlekwa in his presentation making a reference to some of the amendments that have been made. For a party of this nature and its commitment, is there no consideration around issues of gender parity on the composition of the leadership of the SACP? Thank you very much.
Because you are my guest, I won't rule you out of order. No, we are just asking. That is a matter which must go with the issues of the constitutional amendment. So it cannot be taken like that. Our rules are talking to that. And Mhlekwa, do you want to clarify?
No, Comrade, I didn't talk about it. It's there in our rules if you go to details, and also in the party constitution. 1/3 of all party structures must be women, from branches to the central committee. Even this central committee, a minimum must be 1/3.
So, Comrade Nomvula, we are expecting a name from you. And you must not panic. The results won't be announced at 3 or at 4 o'clock in the morning. Comrades, I want to have a province moving for the adoption. That's Northwest is moving. It's seconded by Limpopo. Thank you very much. There's a third one also seconding. So the rules have been adopted. I want to check if the members of the Revolutionary Election Committee wants to say something. If they want to say something, maybe they are going to have a chat amongst themselves and come back. Comrade George? Your eyes. Let me help you.
Amandla, comrades. Amandla. Don't be surprised. I was just scared maybe the chairperson might have left some virus here, so I asked him to kill it. Because I belong to the endangered species. Now, all I'm coming to do here is to make sure that when the comrades, the commission is declaring the election process for the officials open. You'll get your nominations forms from the Sophia. I mean, the YCL and the provinces will go and collect the forms from the Sophia house in the Sophia room in the internal section. And please make sure that all of you will be nominating. All the nomination papers are back to that place by 9 o'clock on Friday. If you bring them later than that, they will not be considered. There will be no debate about that. I see Comrade Chairperson had a long debate with you in the morning here. We shall not allow that. With those few words, well, like I said, well, we declare the process open. And you know where to get your phone from. Thank you very much.
Thank you, comrades. That information, you have noted it. Then we are now continuing with our program. But as we are going to be calling Comrade Solima Paila. Okay, sorry.
Excuse me, just. There was an oversight. I mean, this is a three-person team. Comrades,
You just want to introduce?
I just want to introduce
Okay.
the full team here.
Okay. Yeah.
And,
It's a very big team, 3 of us.
A team which is, we said 1/3, I think it's 1/3 here. And it is non-racial.
It's one race, the human race.
Non-racial means one race. It's myself, well, I'm George Mashamba, and the next to me is
Rotting Casseroles.
armed and dangerous. Comrade Ronnie Casseroles, and then Comrade Loretta King. Not Jacobus. Jacobus. Some. The three of us will be running the show for the period. We hope that we will have a successful conference, electoral process. Thank you very much.
Okay. Can I just make clear, earlier they introduced me as ANC Kumalo. That's my MK name. So don't get confused, but I'm also Ronnie Casseroles. So it's 3 of us, not 4. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you very much to the Revolutionary Elections Committee. Comrades, let me also acknowledge the brand new chairperson of the ANC Gauteng province, Comrade Panyaza, has joined us. Welcome, Comrade Panyapa. Comrades, we are also requesting the provincial secretaries and the YCL National Secretary to go to the reception to collect the copies of the political reports for their delegates. Provincial secretaries and the 10th Province National Secretary, Comrade Mporanto, is there at the reception to get copies of the political report for your delegates. I can see now YCL is complying. Comrades, let's request Comrade France, who is going to acknowledge the international guests, and then he will also call the 2 who are going to be speaking 5 minutes for now, before we allow Comrade Africa. Comrade France? Sorry? Eastern Cape. Yes, Eastern Cape.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Deputy National Chairperson. My name is Pumelelo, the surname is Aziwa. Chair, when we adopted credentials yesterday, there was a proviso made that some delegates had not yet registered, if my memory serves me well. I'm raising this matter because, Chair, part of the process is that if maybe there can be a nomination from the floor, a certain threshold has to be met by that candidate. And I listened well to Comrade Mhleko indicating that that threshold is based only on the number of credentials, on the number as accredited yesterday. I'm rising, therefore, to ask a question of clarity as to what is going to happen to those delegates that registered very late, but having name tags indicating them as being voting delegates. Can the Congress, therefore, be updated on the latest credentials? Thank you, Deputy National Chairperson.
Is that fair?
Is that?
Comrades, there is no crisis. We're just giving this thing based on the adopted credentials. What we are going to do, we're still going to the admin and check the register as per the decision of the Congress yesterday. that comrades that are not here, once they are registered, they must also be included. Then once they are included, when the Electoral Commission come, they will tell you that no, the number is no longer 139, for example. And the number, because in terms of the updated numbers now have been adjusted based on the comrades that arrived late. That is what we're going to do, yeah.
Bambile, Comrades Azil. Thank you. Comrades, let's allow Comrade Franz Balele, who's heading our international committee, to lead.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, let's apologize to our international guests. We're not going to name them by name, but by their organizations. And I must also indicate that it is not going to be possible to read all the messages which we have received. It has been decided that messages will be loaded in the website of the party and also in the booklet because we have received messages of even those who were unable to attend, and other leaders have sent video clips. We've got Botswana National Front. I know they have left. So when I call an organization, if the delegation can just stand up or show hands. Zimbabwe Communist Party. Communist Party of Swaziland. Somaliland Solidarity Forum. Communist Party of the USA. In Ukraine, they banned communists. In the USA, they are still communist. Communist Party of Russia, of Russian Federation. M17 DRC. PSUV. PSUV. Embassy of Venezuela. Solidarity Network of Swaziland. BDS Palestine. Palestine Embassy. Embassy of Cuba. They might have just stepped out, they were here. Pudemo. Dean of the African Diplomatic Corps. Communist Party of China. Embassy of China. SPLMN Chief Rep. Frelimo. North Korea, TBRK. North Korea. Ambassador is here. Algeria Embassy. ZAPU. Syrian Embassy. Russian Federation Embassy. Iran Embassy. Communist Party of Vietnam. Thank you, comrades. We will now call, starting with Pudemo, followed by Frelimo, as chairperson have indicated, 5 minutes each. Thank you very much.
Mandla, Mandla. Long live the South African Communist Party, long live. Long live the ANC, long live. Long live COSATU, long live. Long live YCN, long live. Forward to international solidarity, forward. Mandla. Thank you very much, Comrade Chairperson of the session, the General Secretary of the Communist Party, Comrade Blade, and the entire EC of the party, the leadership of the African National Congress present here, led by its national chair, Comrade Gwede Mantashe, the leadership of COSATU, led by the president, the leadership of YCL, and all organizations present here. Please allow us, comrades, to express our fraternal greetings to all of you on behalf of the oppressed people of Swaziland. Your Congress takes place at a time when our people were massacred just over a year ago, when over 100 Swazis paid with their lives for only demanding a government that is directly elected by them. We want to take this opportunity to express our profound gratitude, Comrade GS, that the Communist Party and the ANC and the alliance partners were one of the first organizations that expressed their strong disapproval of what happened to the people of Swaziland. We are, however, comrades, set to report that a year down the line, very little has happened in relation to the attendance of the issues. As we address this Congress today, the two members of parliament who were arrested for merely expressing what the people of Swaziland had said, which was the right to elect their prime minister directly, are still languishing in jail today. We believe, comrades, that the party and the ANC can do more, in particular because we have members of parliament, and we don't think that it is sustainable to allow any country to persecute a member of parliament for merely expressing what the people are saying. We equally want to express our gratitude, comrades, to the party for having given to us one of our revered and cherished leader, Comrade Amos Mbeki, who spent 14 years of his life on earth languishing in Mswati's jail for merely expressing solidarity. It is on that same breath that we want to thank you, comrades of the Alliance, for the life of our martyr, Comrade Jackie Govender, who perished in our own soil. We want to assure you, comrades, as Pudemo and the mass democratic movement in general in Swaziland, that we will never allow a situation where Swaziland continues to be a museum of backwardness when the entire region is moving towards multi-party democracy. We count upon you, comrades, in particular, the tried and tested alliance and the Communist Party, to express practical solidarity and never allow Mswati to get away without accountability. It can never be, comrades, that would allow over 100 people to be massacred without consequence. We look up to you, Comrade Nomvula, and the leadership of the African National Congress, that in the upcoming SADC summit that will be held discussing the issue of Swaziland, Mswati must be forced to comply with the conditions that SADC has put forward that are going to facilitate an all-inclusive dialogue. As we conclude, comrades, we want to say thank you very much for always remembering the struggling people of Swaziland. We wish you a successful Congress. We are here to learn, and we have already learned a lot on how you run the affairs of the party. My final word, comrade, on behalf of Pudemo will be this. Democracy will never be sustainable in Swaziland if the alliance is not in charge and in power in South Africa. So what happens in South Africa, in particular, to the leadership of the alliance, present a real and present threat to democratization of Swaziland. So we have an interest, comrades, in ensuring that you defend your unity, you defend the continuation of this alliance hold on power to ensure that as and when we attain democracy in Swaziland, that democracy is sustainable. Amandla! Amandla! Thank you very much.
Kani mambo, kani mambo.
You want to sing that? Someone is suggesting that we have to sing Kani mambo, Fredi. Kani mambo, Fredi. Kani mambo, Fredi. Kani mambo, Fredi. Viva o Partido Comunista da África do Sul! Viva o secretário-geral do Partido Comunista da África do Sul! Muito obrigado. Comrade Chairperson, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to deliver to this Congress the message of Frelimo Party to the Congress of the 15th Congress of the South African Communist Party. Comrade Blady Demande, General Secretary of the South Africa Communist Party, Comrade Senzeni Zokwana, National Chairperson of the South African Communist Party, Comrade members of the Central Committee of the South African Communist Party, comrade delegates to the 15th National Congress of South African Communist Party, comrades and guests, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to thank you for the invitation addressed to Frelimo to participate in this 15th National Congress of the South African Communist Party, which will certainly make important decisions for the party's life and its contribution to the development of South Africa. From Mozambique, we bring the warmest greetings from Comrade Filipe Jacinto Nyusi, President of Frelimo and President of the Republic of Mozambique, to the leadership
of the South African Communist Party, the delegates, and all its members and sympathizers. He also congratulates this historic party of South Africa on the occasion of the 15th Congress. We effusively convey the warmth and the solidarity of all friendly militants to the delegates of this 15th Congress and to all comrades of the South African Communist Party. The South African Communist Party and Frelimo have walked side by side in the struggle against colonialism in Mozambique and apartheid in South Africa. The two parties continue enjoying deep bonds of comradeship, forged and consolidated over time by the older generation of leaders of the parties. United, they unconditionally share experience in the different stages of our historical journey and struggle. As a result of this friendship, the South African Communist Party and Frelimo have consolidated their relationship at each stage and reality and still strive in the promotion of well-being of our peoples and nations. Corporate General Secretary, comrade delegates and guests, today, like yesterday, the South African and Mozambican peoples remain firm around the common objectives in the fight for social and economic development, peace, and against the evils that ravage our populations towards the well-being of our region, the African continent, and the world. We welcome the holding of the historic 15th Congress of the South African Communist Party, which will certainly reinforce and consolidate more and more its structures to better face the present and the future challenges. It is our expectation that this historic meeting will result in close approximation between our parts and the relations of friendship, solidarity, and cooperation will prevail. Frelimo, which you owe to success and fruitful deliberations. Viva the 15th Congress of the South African Communist Party. Viva the Frelimo and South African Communist Party friendship. Viva the international solidarity, Frelimo, the wind of change. Thank you very much.
Obrigado, 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 obrigado. Papa. Thank you. Obrigado, comrade. Comrades, now it's time for us to receive the organizational report, which will be led by our first Deputy General Secretary.
Martha! Martha! All power. Forward to socialism, forward. Down with capitalism, down. Thank you very much, Comrade Chairperson. Comrade Tulas. Greetings to the leadership of our party, to our General Secretary, Comrade Blake Nzimande, Dokotela Wabasebenzi, and to thank him dearly for carrying out the mandate of the 14th Congress Central Committee by presenting the political report, quite extensive. Our chairperson, national chairperson, Comrade Senzeni Zokwana, for leading us well, and also for surviving COVID-19. He scared us. And I must thank our comrades from the Eastern Cape. When his life was in danger, we tried our best to save him. And they showed solidarity as comrades and went beyond the call of duty to help you survive SLAM. Comrade Joyce Mloy Moropa, our national treasurer, who has worked well over the years, survived very difficult conditions as well, particularly after this attack by the forces of state capture. I appreciate that spirit, Comrade Joyce. And Comrade Chris Masaku, who we indicated is not here because of ill health, was our second Deputy General Secretary, who worked very hard, traveling across the world, representing the party, and tried to settle in the administration of the party. It took its toll. And we can see now, we must appreciate his outstanding contribution to our party. All of us will make a galelo and pass on, to give to others to continue the contributions. And I'm not saying anything to that regard except to thank him for the effort he has put in service of the Communist Party. Nosekela Slal, Comrade Tulas Nesi, you held the reins when our chair was struggling for his life. And you did that with distinction. And I want to thank officially the officials of of the Communist Party who worked very hard, and the entire Central Committee. This report is of the Central Committee. It's a reflection of the overview of our efforts to carry out the mandate of our party of the 14th Congress. And of course, our provinces, who also contributed immensely, working together as part of the collective leadership of the Central Committee through its ex-officio members, our chairpersons and secretaries, and all of you delegates from different levels of the party, districts and branches, for keeping us to be where we are and to grow the organization despite difficult challenges. Let me also greet the leadership of the ANC, led by Comrade Gwede Mandashe, also a member of our Central Committee, and several others, Comrade Kubai, Comrade Nomvula Mkonyan, Alvin Botes. We appreciate, and I think that all of you have demonstrated the ability to work with the party even when things are difficult. Comrade Nomvula. And I think that's what comradeship is about. I must also indicate, because some of these delegates may not know, you used to serve in the Central Committee. Yes, yeah, she used to be in the Central Committee. Let me also appreciate Comrade Zizi is here as well as part of that ANC delegation. And the rest of the ANC delegates, Comrade Panyaza, our newly elected chair in the province. I didn't see ukuthi uhlalele or join the Gauteng province. Yeah, you have joined the right forces there, Comrade Panyaza. The leadership of COSATU, led by President Zingiswa Losi, Mbogoto. Yeah. That's what the workers must be, and she has represented the workers very well. With a deputy president, fellow fighter, Mike Shingang. And I've seen as well here Comrade Begging Chali, Comrade Soli Petwe in the secretariat, as well as Comrade Frida, the treasurer of COSATU. And of course, many leaders from affiliates. Now I must say that, I must say something. Many leaders from this affiliate, I was greeting the president of PopCrew. PopCrew donated a building to us as the Communist Party. And we gave them a special recognition award for that effort. When we were asking COSATU affiliates to participate in this Congress, they have to pay a registration fee. And we don't include it for PopCrew because we felt embarrassed to ask more from this union. And they said, no, you must also send us an invoice for registration. We were humbled once more by these workers. Siyabonga COSATU and your affiliates. And other organizations, trade unions that are here, representing different components of our trade union movement. And then greet Medi Mpohani and the Kotani family, led by Comrade Sam and Aus Oman, who received, on behalf of the family, the Moses Kotani Award, the Chrisani Award to Moses Kotani, as well as the Dorota Mana Award to Rebecca Kotani. We appreciate it. And the collaborations we continue to have, working together with the family, as well as the the Moses Kotane Foundation, and pass our regards to the entire family, to Comrade Joe in particular, the elder brother, and the rest of the family of Kotane. Siyabonga. Our invited guests and our international delegates. And we thank you, those who have already spoken and those who have sent messages from across the world, given the pleasures of travel. But we appreciated yesterday your presence here and different ambassadors that are here from our fraternal and friendly countries, and particularly from those countries led by communist parties and workers' parties. Those are special countries for us as communists. And we're not making any distinction per se with other countries, except to say those countries are our aspiration. So we learn much from them about the construction and building of socialism in their respective countries. We thank you for your presence here. And all of you Congress delegates, I want to indicate first that, Comrade Chair, the General Secretary had a report of around, how many pages? Less than just 50-something pages with few addendums. It took him almost 4.5 hours to present it. Our state of the organizational report is 377 pages in summary. Yes, you'll receive all the copies. That's a summary of our organizational report, because it's different from the political report. What it does, it gives content to issues raised in the political report. What we have been doing over the last 5 years in concrete terms. The General Secretary posed several questions that he under the theme, what is to be done? And in those, he has posed questions. As you answer those questions, they generate a program. And in the implementation of that program, then becomes this volume of work. I have then decided to summarize the 377 summary into is an extended reading volume of 155 pages. And I've also listened to the presentations here by the Electoral Commission, Comrade George Mashamba, with Loretta Jacobs and the ANC Kumalo, Ronnie Caspers. I will also try and summarize this summarized version, hoping that it could be done by 8 or just after. I'll try and gallop. The rest, comrades will go and read the report as the General Secretary indicated. In fact, the idea is that you should learn to study our reports, not just have it as a Congress document. When you arrive home, you throw it. This document must be read and be discussed back in our provinces with the structures of our party. Now, comrades, the state of the organizational report of the 14th Congress Central Committee to this 15th Congress of the SACP. We open this with a quote from Comrade Vladimir Ilyanov Lenin. It's a long quote, but necessary. It has got several key messages in it. I quote, "We are marching in a compact group along a precipitous and difficult path firmly holding each other by the hand. We are surrounded on all sides by enemies, and we have to advance almost constantly under their fire. We have combined by a freely adopted decision for the purpose of fighting the enemy and not of retreating into the neighboring mesh, the inhabitants of which from the very outset have reproached us with having separated ourselves into an exclusive group and with having chosen the path of struggle instead of the path of conciliation. And now, some among us begin to cry out, let us go into the mesh. And when we begin to shame them, they retort, what backward people you are you not ashamed to deny us the liberty to invite you to take a better road? Oh yes, gentlemen, you are free not only to invite us, but to go yourselves wherever you will, even into the mesh. In fact, we think that the mesh is your proper place, and we are prepared to render you every assistance to get there, only to let go of our hands. Don't clutch at us, and don't besmirch the grand word freedom. For we too are free to go where we please, free to fight not only against the mesh, but also against those who are turning towards the mesh. Close quote. This from Vladimir Ilyanov Lenin, from his important piece, pamphlet, What is to be Done, in the original pamphlet, page 11, under the section of dogmatism and freedom of criticism, but also freedom of association and freedom of struggle. We start with this one because we are alerting you as Congress of the Communist Party that we are entering a very difficult period of our liberation struggle. The struggle is continuing. Our first sentence of the report starts with the words, a luta continua until socialism. We are gathered here after celebrating the centenary of our communist struggles for freedom, people's power, and socialism in our country and internationally. The SACP celebrated 100 years of its founding amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. We should be proud of this historic organization and its contributions to the lives of the working class, and to use this Congress to strengthen its ability to continue the class battles ahead and end all forms of exploitation. Our Young Communist League, UFASIM, as I recognize as well, the National Secretary of the Young Communist League, Comrade Nyekondini, UFASIM, and Mabusembe, the Commissar, and the previous secretaries of our Young Communist League, majority of whom are now in the Central Committee. The Young Communist League celebrated its 100 years on the 25th of May, 2025. They reached this milestone of sacrifice and struggle for socialism by young communists in an unbroken militant struggles that we continue to see amongst our young communists. And we want these struggles to be infused in the rest of the youth movement. Malumi Kotani once said, as a task of the youth, that the future of the country belongs to you. It is what you make of it. The Young Communist League, as they define their future today and tomorrow, they must enter the terrain of class struggle with militancy and ideological clarity, with ability to mobilize all our young people in our country. The SACP must equally realize that our society has become younger, and the African continent society itself has become a younger society. And therefore, the role of the Young Communist League becomes more important. Organizationally, it should be elevated into a strategic component of the struggle. Should not be juniorized on the basis that is the Young Communist League. Comrade Yesh, in your leadership with Comrade Butimanamela, you used to talk a lot about this question of the age gap or the age question, how the movement sometimes mismanages this question. But we must indicate, comrade, that 5 years ago, we gathered here at this very same conference center, OR Tambo Conference Center, to conduct, amongst others, an extensive appraisal of the work of all party structures, contribution by its members and its leaders, as well as the entire working class movement, under the theme at that time, defend, advance, and deepen the national democratic revolution, the vanguard role of the SACP. We must, as we are in this Congress, analyze how far we've implemented this strategic task. As will be the 15th Congress Central Committee reporting in the next Congress on how far they would have implemented the task of building a massive, powerful socialist movement of the workers and the poor. That Congress that we are bringing its report here, we want to first thank all members of the 14th Congress Central Committee for their sterling performance, first in protecting the independent voice of this Marxist-Leninist party of Moses Kotane, Yusuf Datu, Thabo Mfutsanyana, Josim Pama, J.B. Marx, Moses Mabita, Dan Flume, Raymond Mhlaba, Ruth First, Brian Banton, Andrew Mlangeni, Ahmed Katrada, Nelson Mandela, Joe Slovo, and many others. Of course, for preserving the unity of the Communist Party. In this regard, we have also suffered greatly as this Communist Party. We have lost many of our outstanding leaders, starting, of course, with the eternal impact on our socialist struggles of the death of our General Secretary and Chief of Staff of Umkhonto Wesizwe, our glorious People's Army. I haven't seen the delegation of MK here. Former combatants of Umkhonto Wesizwe. But I've seen my commander of Umkhonto Wesizwe, Commander Chechela Machite, CC. He's here. Commander. Now, Chechela Machite again. People's Command. I hear some other people conceptualize this notion of People's Commander. They don't know what the concept of People's Commander. This is the People's Commander in battles. This is my commander. And of course, Commander Oros Mafuta, Tembakawa, is not able to join us today. We lost in this 14th Congress Central Committee several members of our Central Committee in this period. This was the most difficult Central Committee where we lost 5 leading cadres of our Central Committee. Amongst them, Comrade Joyce Masham, Comrade John Kadime, who was a stalwart of the party, who had a license to attend Central Committee meetings. Comrade Fezeka Loliwe, Comrade Charles Tsubi, Comrade Eric Stalin Mchali, Comrade Mandla Makupula, Comrade Nomvuzo Chabalala, and two ex-official members of our Central Committee, the chairperson of our Limpopo province, Commander Tinet Munam, as well as Comrade Beren Soke, our provincial chairperson, former provincial secretary of our party in the Free State province, former general secretary of Nehau. And recently, again, we had a massive loss with the recent death of Comrade Amos Mbeti, one of our outstanding communist internationalists, who was killed by King Muswati and his cohorts, who tortured him after he was arrested fighting for the struggle of the Swazi people. I want to appreciate your words, President of Kudemo, Mlungisi Dlamini, Makai, sorry, for your recognition of this gallant fighter, as well as of Comrade Jack Gavin. Jack Gavenda and Comrade Musa Dlamini, Prince Musa Dlamini. The Swazis must give him his proper title, Prince Musa Dlamini, advocate, who died in battle against that oppressive government. And Comrade Messiah survived in that battle. We want to thank them for their unwavering efforts to continue to liberate people of the world anyway. We are also cognizant, comrade, that we have fought and our struggle is interlinked with many struggles of the peoples across the world, many other revolutionaries and luminaries, our international counterparts. That is why the Communist Party, as an internationalist organization, must take to heart the message of our General Secretary, Comrade Blade, about our internationalism. In our fights in the international terrain, we are highlighting here in our overview of the many struggles and how those struggles have contributed to where we are today. And the General Secretary spoke at length about the special military operation of Russia in Ukraine. But there are other revolutionaries and international combatants who fought for and died for the working class worldwide. Simon Bolivar, the liberator, who liberated 7 Latin American countries, is the only one allowed to be called the liberator because he fought on a horse directly, liberating 7 countries. Amongst them is the great Venezuelan Republic, Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, Bolivia, Peru, Colombia, and so forth. And Comrade Toussaint Louverture, the great fighter who liberated the first slaves in Haiti in 1804. That greatest battle of human liberation that gave us the impetus to continue the struggle in many parts of our world. We learn from these giants. And of course, Antonio José Sucre, the great general of Simon Bolivar. Together with Simon Bolivar, as you know, they were betrayed by the bourgeoisie of Colombia. That is why that victory in Bolivia, in Colombia, it's very important for us, for the working class to reconnect our struggles as we launch new terrains of struggle and new battles against the bourgeoisie. We had many others that followed to carry the torch, and many died in struggle. Jose Marti of Cuba, who fought in different countries of Latin America as well. Fidel Castro, the giant of a revolutionary, at least the one that we can associate ourselves with this generation and know his exploits, who helped liberate our country directly, who sent no less than 35,000 combatants to fight for us in Angola, in a special operation, Operation Carlota, named after an African slave who led a slave rebellion in Cuba against the Spanish colonizers. This is the contribution of the Cuban people to our revolution. Not only South African revolution, to the revolution of the region. Today, when we must reciprocate just a shed of solidarity to that revolution, the right wing stands up in this country and we retreat. Why should we retreat against the right wingers? That's why this quote we are giving you as we open this report, because the class battles have been opened clearly for the Communist Party. But we must carry on, comrades, and recognize these colossal efforts of international combatants in our common struggles. Che Guevara, Argentinian Cuban internationalist, who fought in the DRC, in Zaire, now the DRC, who then died in the great land of Bolivia, named after Simon Bolivar, the liberator, fighting for the liberation of the working class against the bourgeoisie. This and many others, Hugo Chavez, we honored him with the Moses Kotane Award, the great leader of the Venezuelan people. We appreciate our common struggles. Our own Oliver Reginald Tambo, the leader of liberation movements, the most humble, the most committed leader of our organization, Oliver Tambo. Mzee Julius Nyerere, the socialist giant of the African Revolution, and the late Kenneth Kaunda, and Jomo Kenyatta, Samora Machel, Eduardo Mondlane, Joshua Nkomo, who gave his soldiers to fight alongside our own soldiers, commanded by Comrade Chris Hani, and the Zebra forces, as they entered South Africa in the Wankens Polilo operations. These were the forces of ZAPU and Zebra forces under Joshua Nkomo. Today, when we engage with the people of Zimbabwe, with the delegation from Zimbabwe of ZAPU, as well as of the Communist Party of Zimbabwe, we understand their roots of struggle. Of course, Agostinho Neto of Angola, the great president of the people who grounded the liberation movement amongst the masses. He passed on, a giant took over, Eduardo dos Santos. Yesterday his name was mentioned amongst those we recognize of those who passed away or who died. That's the correct communist language, the scientific language. That country of Angola, which carried the fighting efforts of our liberation army, Umkhonto weSizwe, and the other armies of the region, of SWAPO and so forth, can never be forgotten by this country, let alone the Communist Party. That's why we must appreciate the presence of MPLA in this Congress. The many other great revolutionaries, Laurent Kabila, Mzee of M17. His party is here, continue the struggle in the great land of the Congo. John Garang of Sudan, my great father, John Garang. And of course, his own general, Yusuf Kuwa Meki, who's buried in a shrine in the bushes of Sudan in the Nubian mountains. That today the combat forces of the SPLM North, that their chief rep is here, Comrade Sabir, are continuing the struggle to fight against the Sudanese oppression of the African Nubian people, the people of South Sudan, in the liberated zone that has been left to the atrocities of the Sudan regime. These are the realities of working class struggles, the context in which our international work is also engaged on this African country. And of course, many others, President Mario Masuku, who dedicated his entire life to the struggle of the Swazi people. He passed on just a year ago. This report is dedicated to all these revolutionaries and all these struggles. We have not finished them. They are all interlinked, interrelated, common struggles of the working class. And therefore, as we plan and develop a program and its execution, we must take into account these realities of our African continent. The other comrades will speak here about many others in relation to these international struggles. But we must indicate, comrade, that socialism can only be achieved because its objective is not for profit. So we have to change the objective of production to start with in order to achieve socialism. So for as long as we fight under this current system of capitalism and the profit motive remain the single driving force of our production and production relations, therefore, and production distribution, will continue to have difficulties in our country. And we must indicate that all these people we have mentioned in the many struggles that they fought. Simon Bolivar, the liberator himself, was betrayed by the bourgeoisie. Because the bourgeoisie wants to grab power for themselves, to make profit, not for the people. That's the difference between the power grabbed by the bourgeoisie and the power of the working class. Because when the working class grabs power, Slovo says, we don't just transfer power, we transform that power of the working class. Capitalist system, comrade, had failed this country and the continent and the world at large for over 500 years of its existence. Socialism, with just less than 200 years. But it's important because when we speak about organized socialism, the struggles of organized socialism, sometimes we forget to appreciate where the original struggles of organized socialism emanated from. There's a great commander of the People's Army who proclaimed a sovereign republic, commander of the Popular Army, Ezequiel Zamora of Venezuela, who was the first to consciously raise the socialist flag and set up a socialist system. Before the Paris Commune, the Paris Commune became much larger, and of course in a developed country, and its struggles became much popular. But at that time, Zamora indicated that here our struggles is for the class, the working class, and its interests. So he built socialism. So we must never even forget about General Zamora. These were people's generals. Comrade Alex yesterday said to the media in our press conference, and I just felt that sometimes we have spoken about important people's generals, because there's been a disconnection as well. Revolutions are defended. Revolutions are defended. What is happening in Russia? It's a revolution being defended. The issue is the outcome of that defense of that revolution. And I can tell you, it's not been defended with roses. You need generals to defend the revolution. And here, we are talking about generals that planted the seeds of revolution, the seeds of socialism, and went on to defend the struggles. Of course, General Maximo Gomez, who fought in 9 battles. He was an internationalist general, as well as General Antonio Maceo. Big generals. These were generals of struggle. Fidel Castro writes extensively about these two individuals. Of course, comrades, we live at a period where the General Secretary went at length, I'm not going to get into that space, about the crisis of capitalism and the recent military operation in Ukraine, the aggression of NATO group and the USA. But that's the context in which we are. The vanguard role of the Communist Party, therefore, seeks to reunite all the efforts of the working class into common efforts of revolutionary struggle to end exploitation of the working class. Our Communist Manifesto further emphasizes this point. And we quote when it says that the history of all hitherto existing society is a history of class struggle, close quote. This was stipulated by Marx and Engels. And Lenin went further to re-emphasize this point, that every political struggle is a class struggle. And therefore, as the General Secretary was highlighting, one of the tributaries of our program, the struggle for socialism, one key such struggle he mentioned was the building of the progressive trade union movement. We are now accounting as well on the task we have done in this regard as the Communist Party. Our work and posture of work with the Federation, COSATU, and other unions, including the unions outside of COSATU. Because it's important to highlight this point that the party belongs to all workers. We want the union, the commissions to address this question as well. Because in several areas, there's been some tension in some provinces, in this or that union, where sometimes workers feel that the Communist Party is interfering too much. And this has created some tensions. These tensions must be handled comradely. We have continued to do our work in this regard, building that section of the front or of the tributary of our program. Working together with various unions. In the recent past, we have difficulties of many unions who were divided and were splitting. Some was one of those. We'll be honoring some of our comrades from this union as well. We work together with some to bring peace and unity in the union. We work together in the efforts of the NUM to continue its struggle against the mine bosses and that arrogant nail-throwman that the General Secretary was talking about, who refuses to give workers 1,000 rand increase, and yet he takes home 300 million for himself. Even if it were that his own money, even if that money was to be shared amongst workers of Steel Waters, they would have still got that 1,000 from his own salary alone. Let alone the mine workers in the country. That's how bad the system of inequality perpetuated by capitalism is in our country. We have worked with Communication Workers Union as the Communist Party and workers at the SABC, they did not see our hand. But we worked together with Communication Workers Union, including when that day workers just pitched up in black in the studios. Those that did not know, they did not know what hit them. But we appreciated our backhand because we are a vanguard part of the working class. We worked with them. Where's the General Secretary of Communication? There's Comrade Aubrey. He knows it. We continue to work with every other union in the country, with SACAU, in its very difficult programs against the retail sector. Different environment, highest form of exploitation of the working class. We have worked together with SATAU, particularly at SAA, to defend workers' jobs and to defend that state-owned entity. We work with SATU. At the SAA, we also work with NUMSA and several other unions because we are committed and we're committed to make sure that we defend workers' jobs as a Communist Party. Of course, we are not a union. The outcomes of what we have worked for, working together with these unions, are expressed by the unions themselves. We worked with comrades from SATU, Textile Workers Union, a very special union. I haven't seen Comrade Andre. Is he here? Where's Comrade Frida? There's Comrade Frida, the Treasurer General of COSATU. She is from this union. I must indicate that the jackets you are wearing from this Congress, these jackets, is a donation from our union, SACTU. The Congress t-shirt you are wearing comes from SACTU. We appreciate this. But I guess they donated same in our last Congress. Even at the 2012 Congress in Goye, they donated t-shirt there. Their loyalty to the Communist Party, it's unwavering. We appreciated that. Of course, we must continue to work with them and other unions of our federation. We have worked with our trade union, SATU, as much as recently in responding to the crisis of the floods in KwaZulu-Natal. And our SATU province, led by our own member of the Central Committee, Comrade Noma Russia, was outstanding in empathy and solidarity of what communists should be, even when they are in other organizations. Ukhona nomshengula Ushandu from SATU in KZN. They worked very hard in this process. We appreciate that. We entered this period where we also launched multiple campaigns beyond working in this field of trade unions. Of course, our work with our union, Pop Crew, and others that I did not mention because of saving time. They will be there in the report, they can see. It's always appreciated. All we can say in summarizing the sections with the unions, we'll talk to other component of aggregated work with the federation, is that our observation is that the trade unions are threatened largely by a seeping in tendency of what we call business unionism, where, for instance, the suppliers of trade union work seek to sustain their business interests by dividing the trade union leadership. Whether it's people from different funds that are managing workers' funds, or even from investment companies established by trade unions. If some CEO of an investment company wants to do something and the leadership says no, they go back and say that one is not good. They pump money to remove that particular leader. We have seen that aggregately, Comrade President of COSATU, in our interface with the unions. But that issue remains a difficult issue. We marched together with Comrade from Sepau over a long period of time, dealing with the runaway investment process in that union. That divided the organization terribly. The same can be said in different other unions. That's our aggregate summary of the observations in this regard. At the same time, our aggregate summary is that we do have a trade union movement that is fighting by all means possible to survive a now belligerent capitalism in this country that has used the laws of this country to outmaneuver the working class at the workplace. For instance, the General Secretary summarized this section, for instance. They went on an offensive, the capitalist class, to unilaterally restructure the workplace, casualize the workplace, labor broker the workplace, dismiss workers at will. And we have also saw this seeping tendency in state-owned entities. So the trade union movement in this country has been facing a very hard battle. Now, as part of our organizational renewal work, the Communist Party is recommitting itself to work with the trade union movement and to rebuild its capacity to contribute towards trade union work. In the past, the Communist Party will deploy one of its cadres in an industrial area to set up a trade union. A simple task. Before the interim members, before you are accepted, you are given an area to go and set up a trade union. Once you have got people that you have recruited, if they can belong to a particular union, you take them there. If there's no union, you have set it up, then you are admitted. Corporate Director, this is the new political education we require in the Communist Party. I know you have crossed the boundaries, my leader, but you are still there with your delegation. I can see you. Comrade Director, formerly in the NUM, who dealt with these matters of education as well. So, passing on this section, comrade, we just want to indicate that despite all of that, we have seen the weakening trade union, particularly the industrial workers. We need, therefore, dedicated efforts to rebuild our industrial sector unions in particular, and to launch a specific campaign of the Communist Party that weaves together the SOE's programs. For instance, coordinating the efforts of communication workers in SABC and work with SATAU at SAA, work with NUM in ESCOM, but specifically focusing on these key SOEs because they have been diverted and the management in these SOEs have not become better than management in the capitalist industries, in the private sector industries. And yet these are state-owned entities. They should be the leading force in showing how to implement a progressive labor regime legislation. We will, of course, in this regard, comrade, as we launch this particular campaign, work together with these trade unions and strengthen our own capacity, in particular, working in the public sector unions to make sure that services to the poor are rendered properly. To work together with POPCRO and other unions
to make sure that our communities are safe. We'll be pronouncing here a new idea about the program of fighting crime and corruption in our country. And therefore, all of these efforts, we'll have to discuss them in commissions to understand what is it that the Communist Party can contribute to this crisis that we face today in this country. So using the power of organized labor and progressive workers in different sectors of our society. And therefore, we must emerge from this Congress with a more focused new strategy, for instance, to fight against crime and violence in our communities. And how to mobilize communities to defend themselves. If you want to know how a community has defended itself, here is Commander Chechela, who led the defense, self-defense units in Togoza as a leader of MK, as a commander of MK, to defend the entire township, working with other commanders. With Commander Mjalefa Mahlasela. That's the one that directly asked me to join Umkhonto weSizwe, or instructed me that this is the process to join Umkhonto weSizwe. He was in his own unit, together with Commander Oros. They defended that township. That township, quite recently, when they were still operating properly in that organized form, we have less crime. Because they know how to mobilize a society and how society should defend itself and defend the revolution. Commander Shokes, ngiyakubona ukhona la nawe. uMahlomula. Yeah, the most militant. Umabote. The other sections, comrade, I'm jumping them to indicate, now going to the section that deals with key things on the composition of the Communist Party itself. One major observation is that we are the first non-racial organization on the African continent and in South Africa. But we are losing our non-racial content as a party. This issue is serious for us. Because if we are to lead a society, South African society in its full composition, it's non-racial. We need efforts from the commissions on what we should do to rebuild our non-racial character as a Communist Party. We have ideas in the organizational report, as you read that, and mixed with discussions in the commissions, develop more concrete frameworks on how to rebuild our non-racial character, how to organize the white working class. For instance, if you look into what is characterized by local lingo as the colored working class in the Western Cape, Nopala Benson, you can never be a serious force in that province without organizing that colored working class in the Western Cape. So we need a concrete strategy, concrete efforts. We had our comrades there in the colored communities, including those who fought in battles from the colored community. The first combatant to fall, by the way, in MK's official operations in the Wankens Polilo operation was Comrade Basil February, commanded by Comrade Chris Ausdimpo. That was first combatant to fall. A colored combatant. Fighting for the freedom we are enjoying today. So this program to rebuild a non-racial Communist Party should not be an electoral list process of meeting demographics. It must be a concrete program responding to the conditions of the working class. In particular, for instance, as an example I gave in the Western Cape, about the colored working class who continue to live under the misery of capitalism and the poor leadership of the Western Cape government. In that way, when the Communist Party responds directly to their struggles,
they will then be able to consolidate our character that we are now losing. We have also indicated that the Communist Party need to take more responsibility for the success of the National Democratic Revolution. I want to repeat this sentence. We must take more responsibility for the success of the National Democratic Revolution. In concrete terms, we must not be a party, like the General Secretary was indicating, that can give decrees. We must win our battles in class struggles. So the program that must emerge out of this Congress must concretely respond to the class battles ahead, how to launch these class battles, taking responsibility for the National Democratic Revolution. The General Secretary in the political report says, our revolution has reached a point of regression, as even in some other areas we have regressed. So this revolution is literally on the verge of facing a strategic setback, because the key areas, key tenets of the National Democratic Revolution have been abandoned by the democratic forces in the alliance. We're focused more internally on our own problems than the problems affecting the working class. Therefore, we need to build a party that will have this innate responsibility to make sure that the National Democratic Revolution does not collapse. The Young Communist League National Secretary used the words to rejuvenate the National Democratic Revolution. That comes with concrete campaigns of community struggles that must be embedded in this big socialist movement that we seek to build. And therefore, we are also indicating that as we are arriving at this point of the 15th Congress, now having this task of new responsibilities, of taking full responsibility for the success of the National Democratic Revolution, whatever it means in concrete terms, we are not at our best. We'll later on explain this component of why we are not at our best. The National Democratic Liberation Forces are weakened, including ourselves. We have been weakened by material conditions in our country and the continued dominance of capitalist hegemony, neoliberal economic postures that have even reversed the many gains. The General Secretary spoke at length about that. So our program must therefore respond directly to these issues. Of course, in this process of rebuilding our structures and ourselves and our campaigns capabilities, we need to pay special attention on the rebuilding of a stronger Young Communist League. Ideally, the Young Communist League must be bigger than the South African Communist Party. The Young Communist League must be bigger than the South African Communist Party, because it is literally the jumping boots of the working class. They are always in combat. And if they are fewer, the Communist Party will not be able to carry this weight on its own. That is why a special attention on the rebuilding of the capacity and organizational capacity of the Young Communist League, including political and ideological training of, in particular, the leading cadres of the Young Communist League, becomes important for this Congress. Of course, in that regard,
we must empower our Young Communist League by this intervention to provide a vanguard role of the youth movement, to contribute immensely to the rebuilding efforts of the ANC Youth League, of SASCO, of COSAS. One of the things that have weakened us as we come here is because multiply across the movement, we had, for instance, towards our Congress, the 14th Congress, we had several unions leaving COSATU. Major issue facing the federation, and some left after our Congress. And then we had SANCO that also split into two organizations. They are now at court, fighting each other at court for the authority to be the actual leadership. That has weakened our community struggles of that component of SANCO. Because every time you organize a meeting, SANCO has to speak. That's why they are not here. They are not part of the delegates here. Because you don't know who to invite in SANCO. The other structure wants to come, the other one wants to come. They all claim legitimacy of the organization. The same has happened with COSAS. At some point, we have two COSAS organizations. So the Young Communist League also finds itself at the point, and this is a dialectical question, at the point that the Young Communist League was at its strongest. Its component in the PYA structures were at their weakest. So we were never able to even appreciate the strength of our Young Communist League. So they have even more double task of rebuilding the entire youth movement as well as the student movement. They are allies in the PYA, including the Young Workers Organization, through the Young Workers Forums and the youth desk of the trade union organizations. We are happy that COSATU has also launched this important formation. So we arrived at a point where we were weakened organizationally, and the working class had itself weakened by the strength of big capital. Now, we need new legislations, if you like. They have to consider freely, no problem. When you are speaking about the financial sector transformation, one comrade here amongst the guests sent me a text message when we were talking about the 8 trillion. And he says, out of that 8 trillion, only 400 billion is managed by fund managers, black fund managers. But they say in some finance statistics, 1.115 trillion, 1.1 trillion in black hands if they include Sanlam. Because now Agit Petris is participating there. So Sanlam comes in much more hugely. And I think they are also trying to get some of the GPEF funds under that category as black funds, which is incorrect. So when you're talking about financialization, and the point that you have illustrated several times in Central Committee meetings as well, and today eloquently here in the political report, but in an aggregate form of the structure, one law that I was thinking as we were speaking today, you explain about how, for instance, when you go to the banks, you find that there are more people on the ATM than inside the banks. The ATM is now doing everything that workers were doing inside the banks. You do everything, banking services, everything. You even apply for a card or for any other thing outside there. That's why now the banks, the queues in the banks have been shifted to the ATMs. Now, that requires a scientific, clear labor legislation from our government to respond to that, to prohibit certain development of technologies that prohibit the function of workers. That takes away that function. So there's nothing that stops us in labor relations, for instance, to say, as we give these services in the banks cannot be in such a way that they become only cocoons and machines only. Workers are slaughtered left, right, and center. So the labor regime that needs to change as we strengthen ourselves against this growing capital that you demonstrated eloquently here should also come by laws. And uNdlangamadla ukhona uzasinceda kuleyo nto. Ngithi tshintsha i-labor relations, particularly the section that deals with machine that kills workers, like the banks. I was just giving the banks that in order to keep workers there, you need a legislation that responds to that. We cannot have the entire production system driven by machine. Never. Because that's the problem with the fourth industrial revolution. Perhaps the aggregate question that maybe even the general secretary can also engage on, because he's leading that section in government. And we have said, in the fourth industrial revolution, if you leave the fourth industrial revolution, so-called digital computation development industry, Comrade Ngaba, as an engineer, you will understand these things much better. And Alex, these sections, you have a situation where these are new forces of production because they have, if you go sometimes on the internet and Google some of these big German manufacturing industries, cars, whether it's Mercedes or BMW and so forth, their production plants, you'll see where, for instance, they've laid off workers. Robots are doing everything. They are assembling cars, they are producing every other thing. It's a quick thing. It's a 24-hour operation, 365 days, no leave, no any other thing. It's just service to the machine. They lay off workers. Now, this is abuse of the concept of labor because that machine is a product of human labor. It didn't come on its own. But that product of human labor now completely erases the functionality of the human being. Now, you need legislation that enters that particular space. By the way, China has already entered that space, no pal. They have declared data, amongst others, as a new productive force. So, as a factor of production, data. So, the fourth industrial revolution itself and how it's entering South Africa must be properly regulated to preserve human life and to enhance the quality of human life. But if all these things are left in the hands of the bourgeoisie, they will never care about the well-being of the workers. So we'll have to respond to this question. Of course, comrades, the unity of the Communist Party as a weapon of struggles against divisions and factionalism. This program, the Communist Party must not leave behind. They must carry it on to consolidate the unity of the Communist Party. Let's say to this Congress that out of the 7 provincial congresses that were held in the Communist Party, the leadership was elected unanimously. Comrade Gwede Mantashe, I want you to listen to this. Out of 7 provincial congresses of the SACP, the leadership were elected unanimously by delegates, consolidating the unity of the party. Unity, my comrades, it's a weapon of struggle. Amilcar Cabral writes extensively about this question of unity in the organization. And therefore, the experience that we've gained in our provincial congresses, we must use it at this Congress and beyond this Congress. The Special National Congress gave us a task to rebuild the movement. And one of the tasks of rebuilding the movement was also looking at the state of the ANC that amongst these forces I did not speak about. Because the reason why we come at this point much more weakened is also because organizationally, the ANC was afflicted by deep divisions. And this is the leading organ of the people of South Africa. At the Nasrec conference, for instance, the outgoing Secretary General of the ANC gave what he called
a diagnostic report. In that summation of the diagnostic report, basically of problems afflicting the ANC in particular, our liberation organization, he said, amongst others, it's factionalism, gatekeeping, abuse of resources, abuse of positions, abuse of power, corruption, and that all of this contributed to the problem that the movement faces. So we can visit that report again and not allow those tendencies to seep into the Communist Party. Because once the Communist Party is divided, it will not be able to play the central role that it played over the last 5 years in particular to point out wrong things happening in government and even inside our own liberation movement. So the unity of the party remains important. In this regard, the 14th Congress Central Committee says to this Congress, preserve the unity of the party. We are also indicating, comrades, that over the last 5 years, particularly in the last 2 years, which is another contributory factor to our weaknesses, we had almost 18 months of heavy COVID environment that afflicted us. And our structures could not operate. But there were structures that responded greatly even during COVID-19. The early part of COVID-19, where people were even fearing to go out. Party structures went out, reorganized our communities. We gave an example in one augmented central committee, and I want to mention that, and I don't know why, because in the adjudication committee, I was going, if that branch was nominated, I was going to send a motivation why that branch should have been considered for one of the best branches of the Communist Party. But they are looking at a period of 5 years. Our branch in Vosloorus, a very active party branch, rose up during the COVID-19 crisis at its height and responded to the call of the party and the alliance to help our communities. For instance, they organized sanitizers. They made sure that in the shops, there are proper queues for social distancing and for sanitization. They continue to fight gender-based violence. Not only do they just fight gender-based violence out in Dimpo, they take the matters reported to go and check. They have monthly reports on how far cases are. They involve their MPs and MPLs to go and check what happened to the issues they reported either to the police, to the MPA, everywhere. They have constant march or marches on any issue that they take up in the community. They became the backbone of Telemwerani Hospital in Katlehong, in Vosloorus. Telemwerani Hospital is named after a combatant of Umkhonto weSizwe, Comrade Telle, who died in battle. So, that branch was not nominated by its province, my province. This is my gripe, Gauteng. You should have nominated that branch. Yes, indeed. It's a functional branch of the Communist Party. That shows what a communist branch should do. Because, in fact, in that branch, by the way, let me also conclude this part. In that branch, the alliance functions across the board, united. All actions are planned together, executed together. Yeah, it's a party VD branch. It's a voting district branch, but it's not only the one branch. The branches in that region, in that district, in that zone in particular, not the full district, but the district as well is functional. We, of course, comrades, have implemented this program through annual programs of action. And I think I must also take this opportunity, Comrade Chair, to clarify one point that arose yesterday and today in the morning. of Congress minutes. The Congresses of the party do not receive Congress minutes. That thing must be clarified. There's no Congress that had received Congress minutes, Congress of the Communist Party. We don't do minutes. What we do, we implement the resolutions of the Congress through annualized program of action. That is why the annual program of action of the Communist Party must diverse the entire 5-year period, taking up all those issues. And we account on this through Central Committee, and once in a year, we convene an augmented Central Committee where we bring in our district secretaries and extended members of the PEC to attend that augmented Central Committee. In that, we also plan the program for the next season. That's how we've been doing our things. So it's not even in the Constitution, but I know in the trade union movement, it's stipulated in the Constitution, the minutes of the previous Congress. The first Central Committee will discuss this Congress, its resolutions, and work out those resolutions proper to make sure that here they are, develop a program, a lengthy program. We have adopted, for instance, in 2017, a 5 to 10 year program of the Communist Party. Because some of the activities, they can be 1 or 2 activities, but to get traction of society, perhaps they need much more time. We have undertaken, amongst others, the following key campaigns without going into each one of them because of time. Because we have deliberately decided that we shouldn't read everything. You'll read the report or study the report. Amongst the campaign we have initiated and continue to champion is the campaign Know and Act in Your Neighborhood campaign. Access to basic services for all. We launched this campaign in 2005. It still continues. If the Alliance movement have listened to us on this campaign in 2005, the Basic Services for All campaign, that was its slogan. Comrade Jeff Radebe, at one point complained, good no, in this campaign, and Zimande, you have put everything. We're talking about basic access to water, electricity, public transport, different services. We forgot to mention public transport. He was then Minister of Transport. Came to the Central Committee to complain that, but you are missing public transport. We inserted it. So there could be no major problem that we are saying we are having now. We raised these matters 2005 when we launched this campaign at Cleveland's hostels in Umlazi, KwaZulu-Natal, Mthembu. This remains a running campaign of the Communist Party. We account on this campaign going forward. It grounds the party structures in communities. There's a campaign on transformation and diversification of the financial sector, which is the campaign that we normally call the financial sector campaign. It is a continuing campaign, a critical campaign at the moment, because this is a campaign that takes us directly against monopoly capital, finance capital in the main, given even the transformation of capital itself. Of course, the campaign for accessible, affordable, safe, and reliable public transport system that we made as a Red October campaign. The campaign on public health. On this campaign, we were able to launch the National Health Insurance campaign many years ago, but it's under a public health campaign. Now we must continue this campaign and finish it off when every single person in this country have access to the best health care available in the country. This is the campaign of the Communist Party. The national health insurance that the people of this country will soon enjoy in full. It's a product of the South African Communist Party. We don't just claim it, Mkwat, because we always want to give credit to the ANC that is leading us in government to take this credit in public. But we started this campaign, we are continuing with this campaign, and we must continue to fight for it. Now, one of its key pillars, Comrade Zola, that's why we are working together with Neau on this campaign. is the employment of workers, community health workers, into full-time workers. Because COVID-19 exposed our weaknesses in the health sector, as well as the state, as the General Secretary articulated this. So that program must continue in the context of this public health campaign. In the process, we also participated in different elections. The 2019 general elections and the 2021 general local government elections, and several by-elections since then. And we give account to all of this. In this regard, the ANC leads us in the elections. We suffered major setbacks in these recent 2 elections, both national and local government. Congress must reflect on this concretely, how to reverse this situation. The General Secretary spoke at the level of the debate of electoral contestation, state power, and giving a Marxist analysis of our conception of the state. We are, as a movement, losing the grip on state power. This is what is reflected even in our own report. We launched a campaign to stop corruption and greed and against corporate capture of the state, leading to the establishment of State Capture Commission, Commission of Inquiry into allegations of state capture and corruption, led by Chief Justice Zondo, then Deputy Chief Justice. And we were the first to call for it. The General Secretary spoke at length about this as well. We launched a campaign during this period for access to clean running water for all the people. This campaign was launched in dedication to the efforts of our General Secretary, Comrade Krizan, who launched the Triple H campaign, Health, Hunger, Housing, the campaign for free health care for all our people, the campaign to end hunger in our communities, and the campaign to make sure that all our people have decent housing. Comrade Mamluk, you have got an ally to work with on the ground in the Communist Party. Everywhere. So, this is one of the campaigns that we have launched. Now the campaign on water, we have called it Aus Dimpo. We call it Triple H plus water. We have also spoken at length about this thing. We also listen to you. When you have spoken how you feel affected by children affected by lack of access to basic things like water. We launched a full-scale campaign as a Communist Party. It continues this campaign. We launched a campaign for the transformation and diversification of the media. And we must tell you, we are honoring one of our comrades who we worked with behind the lines, a media activist, together with Comrade David Nidri. Where's David Nidri? He's somewhere here. This is our media guru. That's Comrade Karima Brown. She was known as a simple journalist. We should have included her or read her name there yesterday, amongst others, together with Zinze and others. So we launched this campaign, trained even our comrades on media work, and beginning to build people's media. And this campaign must continue because we have got community radio, community newspapers, and so forth and so forth. We have got a live wire in that process. One of our own comrades, Comrade Lumko Mtimde, is here as well. These are our people. We are not ashamed to be associated with them. Even when they're in government, they don't forget about the Communist Party. Bamkota Latina, and we don't understand this thing. Why you remove capable communists in government? When a minister comes in, they just change. This is unacceptable behavior, actually. It must just stop. Literally, I mean, you take a cadre like Lumkom Timde.
He has no role in a democratic government. Absolute nonsense. We don't accept that. That part is not part of the organizational report, it's my expression. No, the General Secretary said that when you are presenting, you are entitled to have an expression. So that's my expression as well. So they helped us in this campaign on media. Unfortunately, we lost Karima Brown. There are a few others, we won't mention them because some of them still operate behind the enemy lines or behind the other lines. Not that the media is the enemy. I'm not giving that impression, not at all. We pioneered progressive media in this country as a Communist Party, and will continue to do so. And in any case, Comrade Gwede, as you always say, you are a health worker by marriage, by association. I'm also by marriage. Yeah. Even myself, I'm a journalist by marriage, if you like. But ending, I discuss what media work. But I'm a journalist by marriage. By the way, my wife is here. Thank you for accepting the guest to be in this Congress. We launched, comrades, equally a campaign to stop crime and violence in our communities, and a campaign against gender-based violence. When we came out of this Congress, Congress gave us a clear instruction in your declaration. If you read the Congress declaration, it's there. You will see in the resolution, because we also highlighted the declaration. Congress said the first campaign we must undertake is a major campaign on gender-based violence. That year, 2017, we declared our Red October as a dedicated month against gender-based violence. We launched a massive campaign. We had a big march in central Johannesburg. That's how we started implementation of major campaigns adopted by the 14th Congress Central Committee. So we are accounting. We led a campaign for the implementation of universal basic income grant. This campaign continues, given the conditions facing the working class. And the campaign for the detenderization of the state and government services. The General Secretary spoke about several other areas in that regard. For instance, where he was talking about school feeding schemes. Campaign for connectivity and access to data. The issue, comrades, is that these campaigns must not just be highlighted by Central Committee and its launching programs. Party branches must make them visible and work in their communities so that they can be successful. For instance, there's a campaign gaining ground, which is part of this campaign that we have started. It must be a societal campaign for access to basic data for our people. And even a campaign to put Wi-Fi across the country. There's no reason why a country like ours should struggle to have access to basic Wi-Fi. We can actually even tax the rich for that purpose, so that the working people can also be connected in this developing society and economy. And we launched a campaign for building a solidarity economy and to unite communities. We are, in the report, we are also talking extensively about this question of building united communities and building a community-based economies that are self-reliant. Minage Makawana, I must just indicate this thing. I am very tired of party members who are unemployed. I'm very tired to see this phenomena in our structures. When we were doing the election work, particularly the recent elections, 2019 and 2021 local government elections, majority of our volunteers, both in the Communist Party, our Red Brigades, and volunteers in the ANC, majority of these comrades are unemployed. And some of them, a phenomena happened in these meetings, in this engagement with them across provinces. We go there, we in the morning, we meet, plan
They explain, they plan about the campaign, how to execute it for the day and so forth, or for a couple of days in different provinces. Then you start the campaign. You retire midday or afternoon. When you retire, either to have lunch, or if you are passing, for instance, the national leaders, because they use you in one area, when you go to a province, they take you to 2, 3 different districts. So when you finish to go to another area, others must go and eat. Sometimes comrades just simply say, today we have not organized anything, asnamal. The comrades have nothing to eat. And you look at the faces of this comrade, and majority of them are women, unemployed. And we realize that actually, when they come to these meetings, to these campaigns, that's where they also find their meal. Majority of them are unemployed. So we started asking this question every time we meet with these volunteers. How many of you are employed? Few hands will go up. Unemployed, almost everyone. They raise their hands. Now, the Communist Party can't treat its membership like that. It can also treat the membership of society like that. Of course, I'll quote him, although many I know that this is not a complete hegemony, but I'll quote him, because he's the one that emphasized this point in many instances, Comrade Joseph Stalin. I know only Comrade Mthembu will agree with me on this one, and Comrade Africa from Gauteng, Linda Javani district. Comrade Stalin once said, and he emphasized this several times, but of course he was expressing a Marxist analysis, that you cannot be part of society and be free from it. In other words, we cannot cry about high unemployment rate and think that in the organizations, our own organizations, which is made of the same society with high unemployment rate, would have only employed people. So we have to put together programs, self-reliant programs. So we're talking about the new function and role of a party branch. It's going to change drastically. This is what we're proposing. So that party branch, in line with the organizational renewal that was adopted by the Special National Congress, begin to be relevant to the real conditions of the communities where they are located, responding directly to these challenges faced by its own membership and their communities. And we have got a team of comrades led by Comrade Tebogo Padu, who's helping us. He's a specialist on these questions of policy and economy. We trained him in the Soviet Union, one of the last MK combatants to be trained in the Soviet Union. He has now gravitated to be a policy expert. He drafted our first policy on public health when he was still with Nehau. In fact, he changed the posture of Nehau with Comrade Slovo. Where is Slovo? Yeah. When we launched this campaign, we went to Nehau, the health campaign, because we were not getting traction of this campaign without Nehau. So we said, Slovo, we need your team to discuss. At the time, Makura was still there in Nehau. We took them to Cuba with Tebogo by Nehau. So it made a great contribution in this regard. And Zola, General Secretary of Nehau, that commitment and contribution must continue for the reconnection on our public health campaign. So Tebogo is helping us to build community cooperatives. For instance, to build community stores. These community stores will be owned and run by our own comrades who are unemployed and members of their own communities there in their own communities. And we're going to bring in that space experts who understand this economy, this type of economy. But our members, we cannot be, our organizational report indicates there are higher numbers of unemployed members of the Communist Party. Of course, like I said, reflecting those of society. We've had other major campaigns that we have launched. The Joe Slovo White Ribbon campaign was linked with our campaign against gender-based violence. This campaign, we do it with the Joe Slovo Foundation. Then we've combined other campaigns, for instance, into public statements and so forth. But public statements are not enough. They are necessary, but not enough. they need the traction of the membership and programs on the ground. Then the last campaign, which is a permanent campaign, is a campaign for membership recruitment, renewal, membership service, and also for financial self-sustainability. We've been exposed badly in this field of financial self-sustainability. How can a communist party be unsustainable? No, Pala. I know that on this field, you carried the load as General Secretary. You carried the load. And you were denigrated even for carrying this load. I must tell you, I worked with you in this field. It's a difficult terrain. But this campaign must be discussed by the organizations, all structures of the party, self-sustainability of the Communist Party. It can't be right, comrades, that we've got this staff that works for us, and sometimes they go for months unpaid. And they never complain. It's difficult for the environment we are working in. But we are a people. We are an organization. We've got allies. We've got international allies and friendships. The Communist Party should not wait for government or for government's permission and other left organizations to work on trade matters and other related matters with Cuba, with Venezuela, with China, with Russia, from a socialist perspective. We should not be ashamed to enter into that space, because then we go to big capital to go and beg. As one writer indicated, in the capitalist world, there's no free lunch. Even if they can say it openly to you when they are donating that, no, this donation is free of any other thing. After a couple of months, they come and ask for a meeting. That's how bad it is. There's no free lunch in the capitalist world. So we have to be self-reliant. So this is a live wire campaign of the Communist Party to build ourselves. And we want to give a report to this Congress that whilst we have had an increase of membership from the last Congress, by this Congress, our active membership has declined by more than 50%. We attribute this to these other weaknesses that I've highlighted, as well as to the recent COVID-19 COVID-19 pandemic that affected our work. And of course, we also have embarked on a series of international programs and solidarity campaigns. Campaign with Cuba, with Venezuela, campaign with Swaziland, with Western Sahara, with Palestine, with the people of Sudan, with the people of South Cameroon, with the people of the DRC, with many other people who are still facing atrocities and oppressions. We've continued to carry this work despite these particular conditions that we're facing. Now, I want to rush to some statistics of our membership, wherein we are able to show that in number 4, we are today at 339,229 members by the last audit. As you know, the Communist Party accounts for membership audits at every central committee. And sometimes we make them public. So it's not a 5-year acknowledgement. But during this period, okay, our membership, this 339, 177,832 are men. 161,397 are women. Almost 50-50, 45-55. This is a good stride to have such high quantity of women membership. In these statistics, our members who are contributing in the debit order campaign are far less. Just at 14,300. Tamne, principal. Principal wethu wesathu lo nobhala. Umne. You see, this question needs public sector workers in our trade unions to tackle hands-on. They can't have their party like this. These public sector workers, let's take for instance SATU. We trained as a Communist Party. If you like, General Secretary Comrade Mukwena has given an apology. He's a member of this central committee. And Comrade Nomarasha, who's a provincial secretary of SATU, is also a member of this central committee. If SATU can just give us 50,000 members, 50,000 members, SATU, that's not, it's just above, I don't know how much they declare in COSATU. It's almost a quarter of their membership, or below a quarter of their membership. So if we recruit properly, working with SATU, as an example, where we have its leading cadre in our central committee and some of its members in our central committee, Noma Rasha and others, many of the provincial secretaries of SATU were trained by the Communist Party. We trained them. Fully committed to that program. We are still committed to that particular program. To train even others in other unions. In Nehao. Nehao can also give us 50,000 new members with a minimum of 100 rand debit orders that they must sign. Then the party will be self-reliant. It can carry out its mandate and implement basic campaigns. At the moment we can't because we have to beg to run campaigns. Campaigns are expensive. It's not just the launch. So we have lesser members contributing to this, to the debit order program. Equally, out of this membership, almost 200,000 are unemployed. Of this 339,000, this is too much. So we need a concrete campaign to fight against unemployment. Not only because it affects party membership, but because we are a microcosm of society, it affects all of us in society. You will then read the statistics there regarding each province, which I'm not going to read. And my apologies to our comrades in provinces, provincial secretaries, because we work with them to produce this. And sometimes it's important to read specifically what's happening in their respective provinces. I just want to indicate that since we started counting properly our membership, at the last Congress, that is the 15th Congress, we declared 288,559 at that Congress. This Congress, from that Congress, we have only gained 54,000 new members. Of course, we have raised this question of the lapse in between of COVID-19. But if you were to look at the period between 2012, the Ngoye Congress, and the last Congress, where we had gained in that 5-year period 130,334 members, was a period characterized by the party on the streets. Our campaign were a vibration of the working class in our community, as Comrade Pakis will say. Yeah, he used to say, no, but I vibrate a Communist Party. Yeah, that's when the party has taken up the class battles. Now we are weakened, my comrades, as we present this report. Therefore, we need to rebuild our membership. We had said we need at least a minimum of 1% of the country as our total membership or basic membership. And at the point that we are in now, we've almost, this 339,000 is just below 0.52% of our country's population at 59 million. It's not good. We still have to reach this target. Mpumalanga is the only province that met the targets that were set by the Special National Congress. We must applaud them. That is why at this Congress, they are the highest delegation of active membership, because they continue the recruitment of new members. Siyabonga, Boginape, the incorruptible one, Bonagele Machu. Yeah, that's the face of our party in that province. And Comrade Lucky, for having led with distinction in cohering our party. This was a party built in battles, literal class battles. Some of them even lost their lives. They've paid heavily. At some point, the headquarters had to intervene to organize security for our office bearers in that province. They were operating in the front line. And they have learned a lesson. When you are operating in the front line, you build your capacity to defend yourself organizationally. So when we gave you that code, I know some of you would have said this is a military code that we are opening this with. It's not a military code. It was by Comrade Lenin. It was responding to a direct situation facing a revolution. So we need to strengthen ourselves in concrete terms. Mpumalanga, well done. I felt that it will be amiss not to recognize this massive. You are the only one that reached the target. Eastern Cape and Limpopo, sorry, Makabani, you missed the target by a few hundreds. You are targets that you set for yourself at the last Special National Congress. It's not a bad attempt, but you must beat that target, Nopala, Ngat, and Maliban, by a few hundreds. Go and compare your statistics of Special National Congress and where you are now. You can do better. But you have attempted well. And other provinces, Gauteng, you were below these two. And you are at the center of South Africa's working class. So Gauteng must pull up its socks. Minashu, Kulu, Jacob Mamabolo. I'm going towards closing like I promised Makaba, and I won't go the length of the General Secretary with this other summary. I highlight the comrades, the several members that the Central Committee itself, its commissions. The commissions of the Central Committee worked very well over this period. Few weaknesses there and there. FinCom, led by our National Treasurer, Comrade Joyce Muloy Moropa, worked very well to sustain us up to where we are. Party Building Commission, led by our General Secretary, also did its best. It also had several streams. For instance, we created under Party Building Commission the stream of coordinating gender work in the Communist Party. We changed the Gender and Social Transformation Commission into Gender Coordinating Commission in order to organize within that broad party building stream the capacity of the party to organize the struggle for non-sexism and against patriarchy and against gender-based violence. And we must thank our team in this regard. They worked very well together. I think it's one of the few components where a women collective of leaders work together without so-called known squabbles. Comrade Tunyiswa, you led this with distinction. They did very well, and even that campaign we launched, they asserted their authority as party women to lead this campaign. We appreciate that. Of course, you know, they also have a a member of our Central Committee then, head of our Secretariat, Comrade Jenny Schreiner. She was the DG in the Government Department of Women and Children before she was in the DG in another department. Then we give account of performance of party structures, and in detail, we also give you how we're also affected at national level in terms of staff composition. We lost good skills at headquarters. We could not retain those skills when we could not sometimes keep up payments. And also we had some redeployments. And some of these skills, we did not fill them up. So we have an organization that its staff operate and works very hard, sometimes without taking time to rest appropriately. I want to take this opportunity on behalf of the 14th Congress Central Committee to thank the SACP staff and personnel for their hard work. They work very hard. It's a special team of comrades. Even those that have been working for us and have been absorbed in different places, they continue to be available on weekends to assist the Communist Party. We appreciate that, Makaban. You are learning something in the Communist Party. You must give that to the broader society of South Africa as well. So this has been the situation. We are going into the 15th Congress Central Committee, where we have to fill in critical positions, heads of departments. We have some of the comrades here who are leading 3 departments. One person. Now, just tell me really, if you were to use the mechanical system of a comrade who just can't pitch up at work or arrives late because he had to do 3 different reports of 3 different streams, maybe for an HOD's meeting. I-conscious yakho ithini when you discipline that comrade? These are tough questions at the level of labor relations because they manage multiple departments at the same time. So self-sustainability of the party will make sure that we are able to employ capacity and personnel at the party headquarters and in our provinces, as well as capacity and personnel for the Young Communist League. Because the whole hemorrhaging of skills and capacity happens in the Communist Party and in the Young Communist League as well. And we also have wonderful skills amongst our comrades in the Young Communist League. We must utilize these skills and make sure that these comrades are properly employed, but the party is capacitated to function. Let me jump this other section, comrade. Overview of commissions. People will then read individually what they mean. International work. I've given a political overview of the international work in areas where we were participating. But concretely, we have challenges. For instance, we must first appreciate the role of our provinces that have also assisted the headquarters with doing international work. In the neighboring countries, our provinces have facilitated and provided political support and international solidarity campaigns and work with our neighboring countries. And they've done that with distinction across the board. For instance, comrades from Moses Kotane province have been doing good work in Botswana, representing us. Comrades in the Free State have been doing good work in Lesotho, Mpumalanga, doing very well on Swaziland, and as well as North Korea. That's why the delegation of the DPRK, Democratic People's Republic of Korea, when they arrived here, the ambassador took his team to sit with the comrades from Mpumalanga. He feels at home there. They do very well there in Mpumalanga on this work. We appreciate it. This work was pioneered. The full relations were pioneered by Comrade Smith Onkwanyana. and Comrade Judah and Comrade Majuba continued with this work, joining that legion of party provincial secretaries. So I appreciate a lot to Makaban and Mpumalanga and the pioneering efforts of Comrade Smiso. Limpopo has been doing well on Zimbabwe, Swaziland, and Mozambique. In fact, Frelimo invited our province and us for the inauguration of Comrade Nyosi, because the party campaigned for Frelimo in South Africa, the Communist Party. Because Frelimo is our ally in battles. Commander Dambuza, the late commander of the people, who also trained me, fought alongside the Frelimo forces in Mozambique. In practice, one of the few MK combatants that fought alongside Frelimo. That history must also be told proper. He writes it in his own book, Commander Chachel. That's Commander Dambuza. So Limpopo has continued to do some good work there in Mozambique. Moses Mabhida continues to do good work on Swaziland, as well as on Palestine and Cuba solidarity. Northern Cape does very well on Cuba. Little bit good on Namibia, but they can improve on Namibia, Comrade Shushu. But they are doing some work on Namibia, as well as on Palestine. Gauteng has been our center of international work, particularly against the big imperialist of the world, the USA. They launch marches, all programs in solidarity with Cuba, in solidarity with Venezuela. All of this, we take them to the belly of the beast in our country, the American Embassy. And they continue to do good work in this regard. And of course, Western Cape continues to do good work as well on Palestine, on Venezuela, and other Latin American countries. And we've witnessed that all our provinces are doing well on international work. The Free State as well contributes immensely on international work, beyond the solidarity work with Lesotho. So this we appreciate, Makaban, including those comrades from the Young Communist League. One of the key things that we want to highlight on the international section is the differences of the alliance regarding implementation of the movement's policies on international work. For instance, we must say it also from this podium. You know, Comrade Amos Mbeki, it's released by Mswati. He was due for release in November this year. They released him very sick. Our president, Cyril Ramaphosa, played a role towards his release. We must thank him for that. And our government as a whole. But when Mswati releases him, that dictator, when he releases him, he sends a letter that indicates that he must serve his prison term until it ends in November. And the comrade is terminally ill. What is our bourgeois government doing? Bourgeois democratic government, the constitutional government under the bourgeois regime, they simply take him to prison. He's back home. The thing that finished that comrade is precisely because he feels a prisoner in his own country. When he was released by a dictator after spending 14 terrible years. And he came out after multiple stroke without even being given proper medical care. And when we raised this thing at his funeral, the Swazi government disrespect us by publishing the dead bodies of his own comrades that they claimed he killed. Complete disrespect to our revolution. We need to intensify international solidarity until that regime is ousted in Swaziland. But we should have treated Comrade Mbeki differently. And I did raise this matter with relevant ministers for the record. Because we are obliged to tell the truth, no Pala. You say in this podium can always tell the truth. Yes, we must tell the truth. We spoke with ministers responsible, including Comrade Ronald Lamola. And I said to Ronald when I arrived, I said, look, I went to see the comrade in prison, together with his son, and his nephew, and his niece. We're not happy on his condition. And I must thank Comrade Tubakale, who facilitated for urgent attention, because you not have even lasted 2 weeks here. He was just left there in some palliative care unit of the prison, in a very bad state. We said, release the comrade. But you can't relinquish the ability to take care of him, because he's not a criminal, he's a revolutionary. He died in combat, fulfilling the mission of the African National Congress and the Communist Party and COSATU, our alliance movement. So, it's a sign that we can't take political decisions even when appropriate. We have agreed on how to treat the Israel regime here in South Africa and their embassy here. We are dilly-dallying on how to implement this decision. It creates unnecessary tensions in the alliance. Alvin, I do know that you are clear on your support, for instance, for the Palestinian struggle. And I highly respect you for that, because despite being the minister in our foreign relations, you are not afraid to pledge solidarity with this organization as a leader of the ANC in your own right. We need leaders that must act like that. You know, there's no reason why we should delay implementing our own decisions. So in other words, one of the key things, and Comrade Rob raises this thing recently, he says, you know, when we are having these problems in the alliance, when we are having discussions in the alliance sometimes, where we record agreements, he says the mistake we always do is to forget to record disagreements. Because when things are not implemented, we don't understand why. Because the agreements are couched nicely in broad frameworks. And the nitty-gritties, when they're supposed to be implemented somewhere else, they differ completely with the agreements that we have reached. And this has affected us largely in the economic section of our engagements in the alliance. And that process has to change. But in this regard, we have had complete work with the Communist Party of, Workers' Party of Korea, the DPRK, the Syrian comrades, including the Syrian embassy here. We work very well with them, and the Baath Party in Syria. We work very well with them. And Comrade Reneva is our rep in that part of the land. And the ambassador, the Comrade Berigilda, a long-standing party cadre, stalwart now. SPLM, they are continuing their struggle under General Abdelaziz, SPLM North. We continue to pledge our solidarity with our comrades in Sudan. Of course, our comrades in Eritrea, they've been condemned by the internationalist forces because, truly speaking, without being ashamed, but truly speaking, no pala, the country that should be our closest ally as a revolution and as the Communist Party on the African continent is Eritrea. Eritrea has got people's power. What Venezuela has now achieved. Venezuela has achieved socialist power of the people from communities up to any level. Eritrea is like that on the African continent. We need to intensify our relations with those comrades in Eritrea. And their leader, Comrade Isaiah Afwerki. We visited him there one day with Comrade Alex Mashilu, leading the party delegation. When we were in his office, he said, no, comrade, where is my party cap? He normally wears this big cap for the sun, but he wanted the party cap. He put it on. And his office splashed that in the Twitter page of government in Eritrea. It was a trending Twitter of the president wearing the party cap. That's Isaiah Afwerki. But those are revolutionary forces in Eritrea, our allies. They are socialists on the African continent. At least they have achieved even beyond what Muammar Gaddafi achieved in Libya in terms of social progress of a nation. Eritrea, Makaban, it's an advanced socialist country on the African continent. They don't call themselves socialist. We may understand their tactics for that, but they are that far. So we need to build our capacity to work with them. The other campaigns that we need, I had said I'll speak to this point very last now, on the commissions, trade union and mass organization work stream. This work stream is very important within the party building commission because it grounds our work with the trade union movement. And this work, the 14th Congress Central Committee, taking responsibility and the importance of this work, Comrade Zingiswa, appointed Comrade Tulas Ngesi and Comrade Figile Majol, long-standing trade unionists, to lead this commission. And there were many others who have been participating in that particular commission. It's a strong commission. Of course, they must continue the work. The General Secretary says, yeah, they must finalize that issue. I won't say it here. They must finalize that issue that they know. Then we've got the editorial collective of the party that runs our publications. We've been doing well. Comrade David Nidri working with us in that regard, led by Induna Yenkulu, Comrade Skumbozo Tomo, Induna Karim, Induna Epati. Beniti Communist Party asinazo Induna. Ikhona Induna Communist Party, Induna Yunus Karim. Opu Yunus Karim. He will be very angry. Induna Epati, here iphethe media work. We were the first to launch a special operation in those years when we were going to the, was it the 2009 elections, Skumbuzo? Yeah, the 2009 elections. We had a special brigade. We called it the 5 o'clock brigade. It was meeting 5 o'clock in the morning to execute the work of ANC elections, a party unit led by Comrade Skumbuzo. When you worked with Comrade Rob Davis, when Rob Davis left the department, Skumbuzo's work contract is not extended. Really? I mean, this is unbelievable in our government, how we work. But he was part of that brigade, the 5 o'clock brigade. Imagine when Comrade worked at 5 o'clock. We used to help the ANC a lot in that brigade. I remember one evening, one morning when we woke up, we found that the ANC website was hacked. And we sent our hackers to reconnect it. Yeah. Who do you think you are? You think, well, that's less sophisticated. Yes, we sent ours to go and reconnect it. That's how we survived when we've been attacked left, right, and center, by also taking into that particular space and defend ourselves. So we reconnected that and we informed the ANC that your website is hacked. Because our brigade, before they come to the meeting, they've assessed the entire ANC system and messages across the world about what anyone is saying about the movement and how to respond. That's how this thing of the ANC brigade, in the, what they call it, Skumbuzo, the morning brigades, the operation centers that they established. That's how they came about, from our brigade. It was led by Induna Karim. Siyabonga Induna Karim. He continues to lead our media work, publications, and everything else. We have issued a special umsebenzi for this Congress. You can read it, it's online. I hope, Comrade Alex, it has already been fed to our live stream or to our system for our delegates to also receive it. Our political education work continues. We have lost one good comrade in the period of our work, Comrade Charles Situbi, the commissar. But we have now launched the Jack Simons Party School, which is online every Sunday. And perhaps, if we were to say something positive that came out of COVID-19 in terms of party program, was to launch this campaign. Its schools are unending. Every Sunday, party school, named after a colossus of the Communist Party, Jack Simons, who was a leader of the political education in MK camps and in the ANC general, and the SACP, the great commissar of the people. So that work continues. We are happy that the ANC itself has launched its own school, the OR Tambo School of Leadership, led by our own Dr. David Masondo. Uputokotela Wepati, Utokotela Masondo now. He's leading that side in the field of the ANC. And there are several others. Michael Hemel, that's the party school, to continue this work. We have then launched several other platforms for party political education. The Josim Palmer School as well, we launched it, particularly for gender studies. Michael Hemmel International School. Michael Hemmel, we call him Lirumo, who wrote the history of the Communist Party. Then we've got all of these are issues that we're dealing with in party political education work. In our provinces, our party political education work is weaker. We can improve on it. There are provinces, there are districts that I know they are doing well, like Linda Jabani here in Johannesburg, in Gauteng, the Johannesburg district of the Communist Party. Then the issue of discipline, the disciplinary standing committee of the Communist Party, the Central Committee, this disciplinary committee, Makaban, we are just highlighting that for the period under review, they never dealt with, there are no issues to bring to Congress on disciplinary matters. It's a good sign, Nopal. We have decided to engage comrades first, as a first task of dealing with discipline. But we must indicate, comrade, I want to read you a long quote as well of Lenin on discipline. I quote, "How is the discipline of the Proletarian Revolutionary Party maintained? How it is tested? How it is reinforced? First, by the class consciousness of the proletarian vanguard and by its devotion to the revolution, by its tenacity, self-sacrifice, and heroism. Second, by its ability to link up, maintain the closest contact, and if you wish, merge in certain measure with the broadest masses of the working people, primarily with the proletariat, but also with the non-proletariat masses of the working people. Third, by the correctness of the political leadership exercised by this vanguard, by the correctness of its political strategy and tactics, provided the broad masses have seen from their own experience that they are correct." Close quote. This is Comrade Lenin. This is the framework guiding our posture on party discipline. Comrade Jenny Schreiner is our leading cadre in this field. We are providing here the framework for strengthening party discipline, as well as to report about the work we have done to establish what we call Ethics Committee, as well as the Revolutionary Morality Committee. And we have now moved to a situation where we are going to highlight list of transgressions and serious offenses that party cadres should not necessarily commit. And these were already approved by the Central Committee. Congress will have to look into them and finalize the full acceptance of this process. And through the Disciplinary Committee, we have provided a pledge to our comrades who are deployed in government. They've already signed this pledge. It's an anti-corruption pledge by deployed cadres of the Communist Party. They have already signed for it. The pledge is a little bit long. I'll read only 2 paragraphs of this pledge. It says, "As a communist deployed into public office, I pledge to conduct myself at all times with the highest commitment to ethical use of resources in the interest of the South African people and the working class in particular, to prevent, report, and ensure sanctions against any corrupt, dishonest, and unethical conduct in my place of deployment, in my organizations, in my family, and in my community, and to fully support actively the 2020 SACP Stop Corruption Conference call for decisive action against corruption." It goes on and on, but our cadres deployed in government, they've already accepted this pledge. We are constantly in touch with them through our system of engagement, and therefore
the Revolutionary Morality Committee that has already been set up, composed of our stalwarts, Jeremy Croning, Caesar Njigelana, Cyril Jankis, Willis Mkunu, and Tenju Mtinzo, will be in charge, because the Revolutionary Committee, Morality Committee had said it needs this special committee, ethical committee, to guide and implement the issues of revolutionary misconduct. It's separate from the disciplinary committee. This has also been, it's called the Central Morality Commission. This is the point of the discussion that are also in the what you call constitutional amendment issues. It's going to be called Central Ethics Commission and Discipline Inspectorate. That's the full name of that institution. Now, in this regard, we must understand that in the Communist Party, we want to give you another quote from this section of behavior and conduct published by the Communist Party of Great Britain. It said, talking to membership of the Communist Party, this was general standard of communist parties of the world. I quote that membership of the party must be understood to involve rigid discipline, a discipline which is not blind, but which is voluntarily submitted for the better coordination of our efforts. This means, for example, that when a policy is laid down by a conference, the instruction issued by the executive in order to carry out that policy shall be loyally carried out by every member of the party. Close quote. This is what is guiding our Central Ethics and Revolutionary Committee and Discipline Inspection. But overall, we're not bringing any disciplinary matters to Congress. It's a sign of a strong and united organization. The campaigns that we are putting together to rebuild, protect, and advance, first, the unity and cohesion of the Communist Party on its own as a full-blown program of the Communist Party. These, comrades, must be rigorously implemented. Then we've got several others that we are launching, where I've spoken at length about the membership recruitment program and the building of the new party branch, which is where I want to spend my last focus perhaps on. This branch of the Communist Party is located in the framework of member organizational renewal, how the new branch must be of the Communist Party. So it's a responsive, agile branch located in the community. It's not simply a branch of lifting up leaders to be councillors, to be MPLs and MPs. It is a branch that responds to its own material conditions in the community. Therefore, this branch must have community programs. We have spoken about those community stores, for instance, and community economy. In order to build township and village economies, this branch must be at the center of driving that effort. So its political work, it's not just going to be largely theoretical, engaging with problems in government per se, but how they must reorganize society anew. Of course, to the extent that we are still having some hands on the levers of power, we must use that power to repurpose political power. Comrade Nkot, if the ANC doesn't repurpose political power and the fact that it is in office today, time is limited before we lose that power. General Secretary gave you an analysis on this. We are repurposing political power through the rebuilding of a new branch. In other words, the organizational renewal framework of the Communist Party, and perhaps that must also be followed by our allies, is not because, there's this thing that renewal is for other comrades, not for you. In an organization that is factionalized, everyone from a particular faction think that the other faction must be the one to undergo renewal.
They are exempt from renewal. Renewal is for everybody in the organization. Even ourselves, as we undergo this renewal, attitude and certain behaviors and conduct must begin to change across the board. So how we conduct ourselves as leaders of the Communist Party should actually change. So this is the phase of the new party branch. And this branch is solution-based and self-reliant. And it's an ideological branch that is going to give us the basis to be the epicenter of this socialist movement of the workers and the poor that we are going to rebuild from the communities. This is our party, the new party branch. In other words, it will have some elements of committees for the defense of the revolution in Cuba that the GS was talking about earlier on. And therefore, we must use this Congress, for instance, as we rebuild the party branch, confront our own weaknesses as an organization. Weaknesses that sometimes are not easy to accept. Political leadership, behavior, conduct and misconduct, and so forth. But of course, in order to consolidate and take that responsibility of the NDR, we need now to ensure that the new branch and the new cadre of the party emerges to take out and carry out these tasks. This is a big task. Perhaps this will be one of the greatest campaigns to ground the organizational renewal framework of the SACP. We are launching now at a much more higher level the Right to Work campaign, where every citizen in this country must be guaranteed the right to work. This is the posture to defeat unemployment in our country. The Young Communist League must lead, particularly on this campaign. This campaign must not be implemented along bourgeois conditions and bourgeois lines. I spoke to Comrade Michael Sachs the other day. He's a bourgeois scholar. He's in the ANC. He's one of our leading economists in the ANC. He's a bourgeois scholar. Me and him discuss on the basis that I know he's a bourgeois scholar. We agree on that. Yes, but he's a good comrade. He grew up in the movement, no doubt about it. Grew up in the movement, a solid cadre of the ANC. But he's a bourgeoisie in thinking. So he's an intellectual, he's an adjunct professor. When I discuss with him about this question, he says, yeah, but sorry, that's even the bourgeoisie follow that. They guarantee work. I said, yeah, that's fine. But let's guarantee work here. We have not even done that bourgeois framework here in this country to guarantee every South African citizen the right to work. Because the greatest wealth of human beings is their labor. Apart from nature, the most important wealth of society is labor. That's the framework, that's the foundation why the Communist Party is born, to defend and protect labor, the wealth of society that the capitalists have completely appropriated and commodified. That's our task. So the creation of this framework for this guarantee of work will be a major attack on the current unemployment rate in our country. So the Communist Party must plan this campaign properly, execute it forcefully. The young people in this country must join us for this campaign. Young Communist League must lead on this particular campaign. That's our campaign for the right to work, to defeat unemployment in our country. There are other issues that we must continue to debate and discuss regarding how to tackle unemployment. One of the issues, for instance, is the enactment of a 24-hour economy. We don't need the bourgeoisie to agree into this. In 2019, the community constituents of NEDLEC asked us, as a component structure of NEDLEC, to present at the Presidential Job Summit in 2019. We presented a framework on the 24-hour economy for our country. You know, that Presidential Advisory Committee of the President of our country, a bourgeois committee, rejects this thing. When we have given them a solution for the crisis we face, believe it or not, 3 weeks ago, a DA-MMC here in Johannesburg raises this thing that they're going to turn around Johannesburg into a 24-hour functioning city. And I'm like, Is it really possible to be done by these forces when we have long called for the implementation of this at the national scale, even at the presidential conference to deal with unemployment? Because that advisory committee of bourgeoisie is useless for our country to advise our president on economy. It's incompetent for that task. We gave them a simple thing. It needs legislation. This is a political exercise of political power, legislation. You simply put it down, Minister of Labor and others, to say, if we give you a license to operate any business in this country or whatever category of business, this business will operate 24 hours. All the malls and these big retail industries, they must operate 24 hours. You put a legislation. You put a framework to enforce that legislation. We are in political power. Let's organize the country to enact this law before we are kicked out of office. Because otherwise, a bourgeois party will do it. And the poor working class who are unemployed will never remember this heroic history of struggle that the ANC has led over the years. We gave these concrete suggestions and many others, Mkwat. For instance, we said, let's produce our own cars. We've got Dinan that has the capacity to produce military vehicles. It can produce a simple van, a simple truck for our people in agriculture, for our state institution, for our health, education, and everything else. We buy cars from Europe. What kind of an organization, a revolution is this? We refuse our own capacity. What is the reason for that? Because Dinel produces military vehicles. Our people here drive Hammers. It was a military vehicle of the US generals. They commercialized it. What stops us from, because it's a simple thing of drafting. A car is made simply out of drafting. We were doing this even when we were kids. We were creating a car. You have to create the drafting component. You put a car there. The Dinel has got that capacity. All we need is for them to do as the drafting of the cars for the masses of our country. But because we need a presidential decree to give them the license to also do that, commercialize certain things. Because some of these contracts are called military vehicles. How do you continue to militarily? For instance, I can tell them as a military scholar, I'm a scholar of military science, Mkwati, ngifundile military. Yeah, I did guerrilla warfare, there's no doubt about it. Even regular warfare, I studied both. Now, in military warfare, what we have produced 20 years ago is obsolete. What are we defending these things that we produced 50 years ago? We must just license that for the public use so that we can have self-reliant public transport produced here in the country. We have got capacity of various components to do that in this country. But these and others, comrades, we shared with the Presidential Job Summit. They went to file them. In fact, anecdotally, I said to the president, if you come to our next inauguration driving a South African car, a European car, don't talk to me anymore. Yes. Because we have the capacity to build a car. It would have taken him 5 years. No path. I reminded him that time after the Presidential Job Summit. Because I said, let's produce a South African car. We have got the capacity and the ability to do so. Yes. How can a president then arrive there driving a European car? And yet his country is the most industrialized on the African continent. The last campaign, comrades, of course, the campaign on confronting crime and violence in our cities and towns and villages and townships, that campaign must continue. We spoke briefly about it. And of course, the campaign to build public economy must also be opened up. I'm just jumping the last one so that I can go to the campaign for basic universal income grant. That campaign, we also said it must go on, must be implemented, and the campaign for national health insurance must be rolled out soonest as possible. Our financial sector campaign, this learning had said is the supremacy of finance capital over all other forms of capital means the predominance of the rentier and financial oligarchs. Today, this campaign must continue at a higher scale in order to deal with these oligarchs that the General Secretary spoke about excellently in the political report of the Central Committee. Of course, comrades, let's engross ourselves over the next year or so. We are completing our centenary celebrations this month. We are now 101. But the YCL has entered this phase. We must work with them to celebrate their centenary. They have launched this campaign in Rustenburg. We had a cake cutting ceremony in Tshwane, here in Gauteng. And we have also called for reviving the progressive women's movement of South Africa and ground it on the working class. So that's another big campaign that we must carry forward. And of course, there's a campaign to fight the fight back agenda. The agenda that wants to reverse the gains of our revolution, a populist agenda sometimes. In other words, we must join the campaign to defend our democracy and our constitution, although we do understand that communists have a different conception of the constitution. But when the constitution that we have guarantees our basic rights, it's the task of communists to defend that particular constitution, not to allow that constitution to be abused. The rest, comrades, we give a framework about how we have worked as a Central Committee regarding implementation of all our other activities, our commemorative activities, the Joe Slovo commemorations activities, the Chris Hani commemoration activities, and many other activities, whether it's anniversaries in honor of our leaders and some of our important calendar dates as a movement. But all of these, comrades, must seek to build a living SACP, a stronger SACP. I want to aggregate this report of the Central Committee by highlighting its key achievements. The key achievements of this Central Committee was first, organizational. The General Secretary spoke at the political level. Was the acquisition and development of our own membership system. This membership system will be rolled out during the 15th Congress Central Committee. It was a donation by Comrade Rima Umadala. This comrade has a PhD in science and technology. And he was taken to school. He's a Zambian national who was studying here in South Africa. Was assisted to go to school by our provincial secretary, Comrade Themba Mthembu in KwaZulu-Natal. As his gratitude to the Communist Party, he designed for us the best membership system. He donated it to us. We want to thank him and to thank our comrades in KwaZulu-Natal for that contribution. He's one of the best. He has currently designed a new device, the black box for cars. That's going to be used in Europe, in trains, in buses. We can use it here, even in taxis. So it tells you what happened before the accident happened. An amazing development. But we know that that thing is going to be stolen by European countries because African countries don't want to commercialize development by African scholars. So that's one big achievement. We have also centenary celebration of the Young Communist League, which is a great achievement, in our own centenary celebrations that we have celebrated well jointly with our comrades from China, our twin party. We held several activities to celebrate this. Of course, it was in the middle of COVID-19. We have improved financial management of party resources. The National Treasury will deliver the financial report in this regard. We have lacked finances, but improved the management of finances. I don't know if there's an interrelation there. And we have moved to also our new offices donated by Popcro, the union. And I must also indicate, during this period, in 2017, it was just after we had contested elections in 2016 in Metsimaholo. So a central committee team had direct experience of what was happening there, working with our province in the Free State, about the politics of running a government, a municipality, where for the first time we had a party mayor, Comrade Thandi. She's here. Lindiwe, Comrade Lindiwe, yes, our mayor. There she is. That was the first party mayor in the new democracy. That's Comrade Lindiwe Chong. We worked very well there in that municipality, and we've got great experiences out of that municipality. We must thank our provincial secretary, Comrade Stofile, for leading, for giving support to that municipality through the province with Comrade the late Beren Soke. They did very well, wonderfully well. We must never be ashamed about our contest of that elections in Metsimaholo. It was a great victory for the Communist Party and the left forces in this country. Of course, we developed the framework for the reconfiguration of the alliance. This framework was accepted by our allies, all the allies. We now have developed a common alliance document on reconfiguration of the alliance. Because of time, I'm not going to read, comrades can read and they debate this in the commissions, about this section, what it says, particularly regarding the ANC's attitude toward reconfiguration of the alliance. Firstly, having agreed on this, when we're supposed to run for implementation, the ANC says, we have an NGC that is coming, and it must get the gravitas of the ANC structures, because this was the political leadership that agreed, including at the NEC level. They waited for the gravitas of the NGC, basically to bring all their structures on board this framework of reconfiguration. Now, the NGC falls right in the middle of the first year of COVID-19. It gets postponed into the second year again. So there's not been appropriate engagement on the reconfiguration of the alliance as adopted by the alliance leadership collectively. NEC of the ANC, COSATU CEC, even COSATU Central Committee now, because they managed to have their own Central Committee, our own Special National Congress. The ANC could not have their NGC, but they have a policy for reconfiguration of the alliance. We have the document on reconfiguration of the alliance. I think it is printed for your packages. Now, we have struggled to implement the content of that document because the ANC has not brought on board its branches. The point that the General Secretary was raising regarding contestation of elections as well as state and popular power debate, it's also related with the reconfiguration of the alliance because it was an outcome of our last Congress on how we must now contest elections if the alliance is not reconfigured. So we worked on the framework for reconfiguration of the alliance. So the form of the report, the General Secretary spoke about how the Central Committee perhaps didn't go at length to deal with that particular issue. The issue is that it only got stuck in the ANC on the basis that what was the alliance agreement, in principle for whole implementation, it needed an endorsement of ANC structures, which in this case, they have never had that possibility. But what is worrying us, Mkwat, is that the ANC conferences recently, none of them have elevated this question of reconfiguration of the alliance. Comrade Panyaza, even in Gauteng, nothing. And Gauteng even had the opportunity after that mess of a 3-day credentials debate to have a weekend, last weekend, to discuss policy issues. Reconfiguration of the alliance takes the back burner. Now, this is a problem. It needs to be sorted out because it creates unnecessary tensions inside the alliance. And that is why you can feel the attitude, the expressions even by this Congress on the ANC. The ANC as an organization The ANC policy framework, it's our organization. No doubt about it. But sometimes the behavior of the people leading the ANC, when they drive it right-wingward and away from its own mission, that then we have to fight with the ANC. Because then we get grouped into all those mistakes and blunders and errors that are committed in our name, in the name of the alliance. Now, there must be clarity about independence of the alliance, where, for instance, we can express ourselves in this form and do certain things equally as components of the alliance. And we are committed to that. And we have shared with you what OR was saying about this question with regard to the alliance relations. We have also reconstituted some of our institutions. For instance, the Dorotamana Cooperative Center was reconstituted and rebuilt as the Dorotamana, agency, cooperative agency. And the work of our investment arm has also been reshaped. We hope it will do well and manage to raise funds. Of course, the call we made for investigation of state capture has now been finalized in our term. This is a great achievement for us, but at a great cost to our revolution. But it was important that we led in this regard. And we need to support our comrades who are dealing with these matters across the board, those who are in government. I know Kolile, Eastern Cape, they try to knuckle your knees when we're beginning to deal hard with corrupt councillors. And we have given him a specialist advisor on local government, Comrade Stofile, to advise him to do things better. Yeah, because that one is the #1 specialist on local government in the whole country. No one can come close to him. We need even professors. They come close to that man, Stofile Nopala, on local government. So Kolile tried to lead this thing to deal with the councillors strategically in different municipalities, and he was hit hard. But this campaign must continue. We have now, as the General Secretary indicated, the next Central Committee will have to read the report in full and give a comprehensive response. And we also convened Special National Congress of the Communist Party. Out of that Special National Congress came a lot of issues, including organizational renewal framework that was adopted by Congress. So we also achieved the mandate for organizational renewal framework. We gave it to the Special National Congress. We then adopted, for the first time, a comprehensive sexual harassment policy. Because when we launched our gender-based, a campaign against gender-based violence, and against patriarchy, and against sexism, and for an unracial society, we found that our sexual harassment policy was very much outdated. So we have a comprehensive engagement to develop our own sexual harassment policy, a great achievement indeed. And we updated our disciplinary code of the party and adopted Revolutionary Morality Committee and launched several online schools. Michael Hamel, Josim Palmer, as well as work together with the Joe Slovo Foundation and the Ruth Fest, working together with our Young Communist League, as well as the Michael Hamel International School. And we started as well the Party History Project. These are great achievements. And we launched collaborations with various universities, including with the University of Johannesburg, to archive the party material and party history, as well as the University of Johannesburg to carry the legacy of Moses Kotane. So we have already done a couple of memorial lectures hosted by the university on Moses Kotane. So this is great. And we have linked up with universities in China, like the Renmin University, on this collaboration. We are also working now together with the Hani family for continuation of the Hani family, Hani legacy. working together with the family. At the moment, we have an institution, the Chris Hani Institute, that works on the Chris Hani memorial activities. And of course, we have signed international bilateral relations with our sister parties. The first one is the Comrade Karim, the Workers' Party of Korea, the DPRK. Ningasdeleli manje. Laba bayasidelela, they must know we've got a big brother who can look out for us as well. Yeah. Capacity is there. Now, problem, Alvin. South African government gives our comrades from the DPRK difficulties when they are supposed to visit us. This is unacceptable. Even when we have collaborations to work with them, they can't give them basic documents. Really? Now, I'm just saying, as a deputy minister in government, know that we are complaining about this. It's unacceptable. But we've got our big brother in North Korea, Comrade Karim. Yeah, there's our big brother in North Korea, the Workers' Party of Korea. We work with them very well. We've signed important agreements with them. We've signed important agreements with our comrades in Eritrea to work together, and our comrades in China, and our comrades of the Communist Party in Russia, of the Russian Federation. Comrade Slava is here. And the comrades from our Communist Party of Vietnam. So all of these are important arrangements with communist parties, even the Communist Party of Cuba. That one has been an eternal program with us. They are continuing. We have expanded on those. And we have implemented the endowment fund and the crowdfunding policy as agreed by the last Congress. These are practical things that we have done. And therefore, it's important, comrade, that I know I couldn't meet my deadline for 8:08 to just indicate that I just want to leave the platform now. I think it's important, comrade, that certain work of the Communist Party must be appreciated. The work the party did with the South African Airways and workers' organization there was unequaled. Not by any union at SAA. Not SATAU, not NUMSA alone. We worked with both. And we went beyond them. We also worked with government. We developed the best framework as we speak with Comrade Madala Masuku. Madala Masuku. We are experts, and Alex Mashiri, we are experts on aviation. Bring any other novice on aviation. We will deal with that novice. Yeah. We are clear now, Pakis. We studied extensively during COVID, 24-hour program, non-sleeping. We even had one hotel we can't mention. They arranged for us that you can have your meetings here. And they will not have people to serve us. We used to give ourselves water. We will leave in the morning when the lockdown time changes. That's how we prepared ourselves for that struggle at SAA. It was betrayed by government. Our government. They betrayed our efforts. The ANC said, if you are providing policy directives and alternatives, be scientific, put alternatives. There's no better case than the case we did at SAA. Even the unions could not match us on that. That is why Minister of Public Enterprises, we told him, we had a fallout with him on this matter of SAA, Pravin Goda. Because we told him, Tito said, let's sell this thing for R1. That's what Tito said. And he said it openly. And Pravin didn't say so. He worked with us when we were producing an alternative that we presented to the alliance. The ANC even brought an extended committee, an extended NWC to that consultation of the alliance. We had agreed actually to build a super airline. SAA was supposed to be a super airline. 12 other airlines, including SAA from Southern Africa, had come to South Africa and said, take us over. They betrayed that. So on this one, no one have matched the vanguard role of the Communist Party.
And that team did very well. We must just give it a round of applause. Madala, Alex Mashilu, and few others who joined that technical team. We created an alternative. So in this regard, Makaban, we have done our best as a vanguard. We are not a trade union. So we could not come out and pronounce what was pronounced. So much that even, what was this called, Alex? The one that were appointed to manage when they put that thing on liquidation. Business rescue. Even the rescue guys, we met them underground. We even told them their mistake. We said, if you do this, we know you will be wrong. If you do this, we know we will be wrong. We went to tell the unions, this is their plans and everything else. We did everything possible and betrayed by the state. Now, this cannot happen under a reconfigured alliance. Particularly when we have provided an alternative that is tangible and viable. We sold our airline. And even there was, in some instances, some confusion in the Central Committee as well, initially when we started with this program. One comrade even said to me, he didn't realize that our campaign was so important because some members who were influenced by bourgeois media were saying that the airline struggle that we're fighting was a struggle of the middle class and the bourgeoisie. And we said, okay. We gave them scientific statistics. We proved that to fly from Lanseria to Port Elizabeth was less than traveling by a taxi. It took you less than 2 hours and safe and faster. And when you were to travel by a bus or a taxi, it's far more than that, more than 7 hours on the road. So, because the working class think that it deserves the West. Sometimes the leadership of the working class in government think that only the best for the bourgeoisie and the West for the working class. We say only the best for the working class every time, anywhere, anytime. That's our task, that's our approach. We proved that. Then one of the comrades, I won't mention his name, he was very kind to me, no problem. He came to me and he said, hey, you know, I want to tell you I agree. Because this comrade has got a domestic worker. He said, you know, I booked my domestic worker to travel home during Christmas holidays. And when I was booking her, I found that, it's cheaper for her to fly than to go by a bus. And it was the first time she used the aeroplane. Now, he got converted by practice. But we have done well in this regard, Makawan. I think, let me conclude by raising to you a phrase from President Oliver Tambo. This is unrelated to the points that I'm presenting. It will not be misdirected where it is. This is just to close my message because I've spoken too long, and I think I've covered everything that we said you need to read. The rest are other things that the commissions must then finalize. Sorry, Comrade Chair. Yeah, I just want to close the Congress proper. The point is that these serious challenges that we face will require an agile movement that will be able to respond to this. And President Tambo had said, outlining the difficulties that sometimes we face when we are in government or we are the ruling party in order to change how we do things. He says, comrades, you might think that it is very difficult to wage a liberation struggle. Wait until you are in power. I might be dead by then. At that stage, you will realize that it is actually more difficult to keep the power than to wage a liberation war. People will be expecting a lot of services from you. You will have to satisfy the various demands of the masses of our people. In the process,
Be prepared to learn from other people's revolutions. Learn from the enemy also. The enemy, it's not necessarily wrong in doing everything. You may take his right things. I close quote. The task that we will be facing, Makaban, is that we might be losing power as a liberation movement. This Congress must ensure that the movement, the liberation movement that it is part of, does not lose political power. And after guaranteeing this, let's repurpose the use of political power. Let's get rid of this thing called 100 days in government. God, their bourgeois conception. Lenin says everyone who's serious about his revolutionary work needs 35 days to prove his mental when in power. Let's engage power and repurpose power politically and organizationally. Amandla, forward to socialism, forward. Thank you very much. Sorry for taking this long.
Thank you, comrades. Thank you, comrades. Thank you to the First Deputy General Secretary. Bambe, comrade. Bambe, comrades. Comrade Bambe. Because of it, comrades. Comrades, we were warned and we had promised that would be done by 8:30. And we've already violated the workers. Big time. But we're in the middle of the report. If you look at on the books you are having with the program, you go to page 14. I just want to read 2 paragraphs there. On the framework for the SACP 15th National Congress Commissions. The structuring of the discussions in commissions at Congress is to be focused on what is to be done in relation to the tributaries into building a militant socialist movement of the workers and the poor. This is the primary focus of the commissions. The most important is the second paragraph. To this end, all commissions will deliberate the CC reports to Congress, namely the political report, organizational report, and finance report, and the draft SACP program, namely the South African Struggle for Socialism, and the relevant discussion document on focus areas, with the document on fighting patriarchy being a cross-cutting document. It says, comrades, discussions on the reports will take place in the commissions. I want you to note that. 2 comrades, we were supposed to be talking about clarity and adoption of the political report. The problem is when you deal with clarity, people just raise debates. Let's agree that those issues will go into the commissions, and all commissions have central committee members. All I need to request now that the reports have been presented is for us to adopt the 2 reports so that we immediately go for supper. We're not going to take that last session of the internationals. That's what I'm expecting from you, comrades. I see Mpumalanga. I don't know what is this red thing. Mpumalanga. Where's the microphone? Where is the microphone? I'm on comrades. The comrade was having the mic. Couldn't stand up and just bring the microphone to the comrade.
No, thank you very much, Comrade Chair. I'm Tlaganipho Zuma from Mpumalanga. Comrade Chair, as Mpumalanga would like to move both the reports as presented for adoption. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I see Gauteng.
Thanks, Comrade Chair. My name is Tembingu Sipulu from Gauteng. We second the adoption of the reports, both of the reports from Mpumalanga.
Thank you. Eastern Cape followed by Western Cape.
Thank you, Comrade Deputy National Chairperson. In our packs, the only report that was circulated to us is that of the political one. This one that the first General Secretary was presenting is not with us. It is in the light of that that I want to persuade this Congress that let's put this matter of adopt this report in abeyance until we have that report, we've interrogated it, and then we're informed. I have a right to move, like we had a right to move. Be in order, comrades. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, comrade, maybe I should have explained this. This is the report. You see how thick it is. This report is still being printed. It's going to be made available to you in the morning.
Yeah.
Comrade Western Cape.
Thank you, Chairperson. We want to join other provinces in supporting the adoption of both reports. Thank you.
Limpopo. You are covered. Can I, yes, YCL? Can I persuade you, Comrade Eastern Cape, that we adopt this report? Yes, Eastern Cape?
Thank you, Comrade Deputy National Chairperson. Let us be persuaded, though not convinced. Thank you.
That's very progressive. Comrades, now, before we break, listen, comrades. Comrades, tomorrow, we have the president of the ANC. And you know that there will be metal detectors. And therefore, comrades, wait, comrades, don't howl about the palapa. You know that you all have to go through those metal detectors, which means you must be here at 8. We were supposed to start at 9. And comrades, you must know that if you're not here by 9 o'clock seated, we will close and continue. Whether you say aye or what, that's two comrades. We are requesting order. We are requesting the chairperson, the secretaries, provincial secretaries, and the national secretary of the 10th province to come here and meet with us as we move into supper. We'll meet just for 5 minutes. Secondly, all the chairs, the presenters, rapporteurs, the scribes, and resource people of the commissions will meet tomorrow, also at 8 o'clock, in Marco Polo, which is called International. It's a small group. We will see when we meet there if we need to reschedule this. But this is for briefing on the approach to the commission. And lastly, Comrade YCL, Comrade YCL, comrades, we will move for dinner tonight, and the delegates will be served at the Serengeti. Yes. And CC members and guests will be at the Clovers Green. Comrades, with that, we will adjourn the session. Thank you.